Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Eliud Owalo has resigned as the Deputy Chief of Staff in charge of delivery and government efficiency to pursue his presidential bid in the 2027 general election. Owalo made the announcement during the 106th commemoration of the death of his grandfather, Prophet Johanna Owalo, founder of the Nominya Church at the church headquarters in Obuch, Kisumu County. He says his track record as a performer and results-oriented leader will guide his campaign, noting his shifting from supporting individual leaders to championing development for all Kenyans. Owalo urged residents of Nyanza to embrace a politics of action rather than rhetoric and outlined a development agenda aimed at transforming the region. 3 suspected livestock thieves were lynched, houses burned and lorries set ablaze by angry residents in Nyakwai village in Bureti constituency, Kericho County. Residents say the suspected thieves were cornered while ferrying stolen cattle.
Last week tulikuwa tunaomba sana hao watu waweze kupatikana. Tuweze kuonyesha wengine hii tabia ambayo wameanza katika area yetu hatufai. Na ninawashukuru sana vijana wetu. Machensis, mnafanya kazi ya maana. Hii ni kazi ya maana sana.
Miezi 2 ambayo zimepita tumepoteza ng'ombe karibu 100. Na tunasema ya kwamba serikali kama hamtaingia au kama hamtashika hao watu, tunatumia sheria mikononi mwetu.
2 of the victims who lost their lives following the collapse of a building in Nairobi's Karen area on Saturday have been identified. Grief-stricken families on Sunday visited the Nairobi funeral home to identify the bodies of their loved ones who died in the tragic incident. The deceased have been identified as Harrison Ngala and Tujum Kandakwa. 4 other workers narrowly escaped death and are currently receiving treatment at the Kenyatta National Hospital.
Mchana tuliongea, alinipigia simu akaniambia na kuwekea pesa ya lunch. Kweli alinitumia akaniambia nitakuongeza ingine baadaye. Ningongoja kafika saa 2 hakuji.
Fikia saa 10 asubuhi ndio baba yake ananipigia simu kutoka nyumbani akiniuliza kama nina habari yote hapa Nairobi. Ndio akaniambia kijana ametuacha.
President William Ruto returned to the Mount Kenya region to woo the residents, saying his political relationship with the vote-rich region cannot be destroyed by mere propaganda from his opponents. While attending a church service in Othaya constituency in Nyeri County, the president said the region will judge him on the ballot based on what he will have delivered for them by 2027.
Kuna watu wengine wanaota ndoto ya mchana. Ati wanafikiria ati watalete makelele, walete fitina, wafanye vitimbi, ati mimi nikosani na watu wa Nyeri. Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Sasa hawa watu nitamalizana na wao asubuhi na mapema. Na mtu asiwaletee story. Mimi niko tayari kuja kueleza na nyinyi wananchi mtasahihisha kazi yangu. Si ndio? Si mtakuja kusahihisha kazi yangu?
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is exactly 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. Lovely news right there by the one and only Winnie Maganga. That's the new format, by the way. So let me know how you're liking it. In Garissa, it's 89.5 FM. How are you doing in Mombasa as well? 90.7 FM. And in Nairobi, it's 88.8 FM. CT Muga. Wambaje kakablaza?
Very good.
You're very good. Unaamba very good.
Well, you see, the thing is, I am of the view,
yes,
that you're asking me how my day is.
Yeah, your morning is, but yes.
Yes, the Mwambaje thing, I've not understood what the Mbaje means, but...
You're not sure what the Mbaje means?
Yes, but I think you are asking me how I am doing.
Right.
So I will talk about how I am, and I am well. And I thank God that I'm actually very well. Yes.
The President of the United States of America posted a couple of hours ago a picture of him.
And me?
No, not with you, but a picture of him saying that he is the current president of Venezuela.
Okay. I said,
okay. He is not only the president of the United States of America, but he's the incumbent in Venezuela. Interesting times we live in, man. I cannot imagine any other president doing something similar. President Obama, kidogo, I make sense. President Bush, huyo ndio hata sidhani angeweza. I'm sorry, President Biden, huyo pia kidogo haingewezekana, lakini huyu ameamua, you know what, if bad, bad. Interesting times indeed we live in. Umesalimua City na our producer anaitwa Edna. Edna ameniambia, tell City I missed him over the weekend. Edna.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Alikumiss sana over the weekend.
Yes.
Alikuwa anashangaa, hii siku itafika saa ngapi? That is Monday. Asemefika, amefurahia sana kukuona.
Hiyo mambo yote unazungumza amesema.
Wallahi ndio hizi nazisoma hapa. Si ati ni message, hata unaweza angalia kwa WhatsApp yako.
You're insisting hiyo kitu haikuandikwa hivyo, umeongeza yako. But nonetheless, it is very good. Please continue.
Okay, sawa. How was your weekend though? Friday tuliachana vizuri, ukaenda nyumbani, relax ama ukafanya namna gani?
Kawaida tu. What is of interest? What do they call it? An X space chat or something on Friday. Sunday. Yeah, Friday.
Yes.
But Saturday, something fantastic happened.
Which is?
One of the people I knew in Mombasa, Mombasa miaka mingi, decided, one such person whom I knew in those early days when I worked in Mombasa,
yes,
who had traveled and is now domiciled in the United States, was back in Kenya. So somebody sought to get people together,
yes,
to chit-chat, reminisce about the past, but this individual was the excuse. Her name is Njeri Luceno.
All right.
She was the excuse we used for this gathering. So we had this very long, decent lunch, which traversed from around early afternoon to around late evening.
So this is what, Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Just sitting, chit-chatting, catching up, figuring out what people have done, where some people are, what has happened, the passage of time.
Yeah.
It was a very, very
good engagement.
Actually, it was one of those few things that could actually get, because ordinarily you will not get me out of the house on a Saturday.
Yes.
No.
Well, Saturday evening, now that you've mentioned it, I've actually remembered that I attended a comedy show that was hosted by several comedians, including our very own Adan Abdi. Adan Abdi does a show on Saturday. It's called The Weekend Social. He does it with another lady called Chess Nthusi. So Adan, being a comedian, had a show on Saturday evening. It was at a place called Suave Kitchen in Westlands. Amazing show. They did lots of actually him and his fellow comedians did an amazing job. I enjoyed for the first time in a very long time, I attended a comedy night and I enjoyed myself. I can't wait for the next one.
I have never attended any, so I wouldn't know.
No, actually I'll ask him the next time he's on stage. I could invite. The fellow is quite funny. Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to be funny?
It is, I know. It's difficult.
It is very difficult.
And especially if you carry the title of comedian.
Oh. People expect that even as your nostrils flare and you're breathing, it should be hilarious.
It should be a joke.
Yeah. Okay. If you take a deep breath, it should be funny.
They expect every sentence is the punchline.
Yes. So they're waiting. They're actually eagerly waiting to laugh. What jokes you
Yeah, it's difficult. I'd rather call myself an entertainer as opposed to a comedian, because the moment you have that title comedian, wewe kwisha.
This radio talk show host is simpler.
It is actually.
Because essentially, you're describing yourself in terms of just talking. And that is easier to comprehend. Haina shida nyingi. Comedian.
Lakini acha nikwambie, hii kazi yetu as much as ni unajua ni rahisi kwetu kwa sababu tumeizoea.
Yes.
Siku nyingi tumefanya, miaka mingi tumefanya, kwa hivyo imekuwa ni kama second nature.
Yes.
Lakini kuna watu wengine,
yes.
And I've met these folks who tell me, "Boy Manzejo, I'd like this opportunity on radio." And you tell them, "You know what? Come, let's do a demo. Just a demonstration, a demo. Come and see what you can do." Because I tell them, why don't you send me something? And they're like, what do I say? And I tell them, okay, you know what? Because you can't access a studio, you don't know how to use your phone recorder. You know, just come over to the studio.
Kuja.
Unaweka mtu pale unamwambia, "Are you ready now? We go." Unamwambia your mic is on. Twende. Anaanza, "So niseme." You're like, just do a simple intro. Tell me who you are, where you live, what you do, what you're interested in. That's when they realize by the hii kitu sio rahisi venye unafikiria.
Ni rahisi kusikiza.
Kusikiza nao ni rahisi.
Yes.
And criticize when you're home.
Yes.
But the moment you're given that driver seat,
okay, Daniel.
Hapa ndo unajuanga ujui.
Your story.
Yeah. All right. It is the 12th day of 2026. And this is what is significant about this day, historically. In 1922, insulin first used on humans to treat diabetes in a Canadian boy. So in 1992, this is in medical and science, insulin was first used on humans to treat diabetes in a Canadian boy. And from then on, wakajua kumbe kitu nafanyanga kazi, twende kazi. Also in 1916, this is as far as business and innovation is concerned, the first Piggly Wiggly, a self-service grocery store, opened in Memphis. Self-service store. This is in 1916, where you actually walk in. It's a supermarket. That's what we call it today. You walk in, choose whatever you want to choose, put it in your bag or basket or trolley, and then walk out, pay, you're good to go. But nowadays, city, they have metamorphosized into something different, because now you don't even need to go to a teller. You just take your stuff to a counter somewhere. Well, not all supermarkets, but some of them. You just take it to a person or teller, let me call it that, where you scan the things yourself and then you pay. How they have trusted Kenyans that much is beyond me. Because that thing was tried in the States. It's still ongoing in the States.
Nini?
Hii self-service yenye unajipelekea vitu unaenda kujilipia, where you do not have to go to a physical teller. You just go to a place where you can scan your goods. So if you've bought 10 items, you go scan each item, then it is itemized and you're told, okay, so you've bought 10 items costing 6,000. Pay 6,000. So you can pay via mobile money, or you can pay via, what is it called? Likitu ya kadi. Visa, MasterCard, or whatever. Now, hapa Kenya, hiyo kitu imekuwa introduced. Certain stores, certain supermarkets are using that technology.
And you're wondering whether it really works.
I know it works because I've witnessed someone using it. What I'm trying to say is, in the States, some places they have, cancelled it, because what will end up, instead of, scanning all 10 items, you scan 7.
I wouldn't worry. You know, one of the reasons why I wouldn't worry too much about it is because, one, once you code an item,
yes,
if you do not pay for it,
that anti-theft system will capture you.
Trigger mazee itapiga kelele hata wenye utaamini. So forget utahepa.
But not all the time.
Yes, there's always that little opportunity that it may malfunction. And by and large they work.
Yeah. Because I've witnessed situations whereby people have actually had to walked out with extra items. Then they come back, they're like, I found this item in my box or in my basket, and I don't know how it got there, so it's not mine. So the system hadn't captured that particular item. But like you said, and not all items but they are captured, kwa sababu kuna zingine unaweza ficha deep down kwa mfuko ama hata kwa bag yako, handbag or whatever, na ikose kuonekana. But in 1916, self-service stores, what we now call supermarkets, debuted in Memphis in the United States of America. All right. Tupete methali yetu tafadhali.
Yeah. Sasa, we are in the country of Niger.
All right.
Yeah.
This Niger is in the Sahel region.
Yes, it is.
Recently had a coup.
Bana, iko na shida nyingi.
Yeah.
Mingi.
Tuambie juu ya Niger. Niger.
Nigeria. One of the things about this particular place, do you know it's one of the poorest countries on the planet?
It being in Africa, I would assume it is one of those countries.
There's a population of around 22 million, and they're predominantly Muslim. Okay? The capital is called Niamey. And it's located in southwest of the country.
Okay.
When you hear of a country that is predominantly poor, it also tells you that the vast majority of the people live in the rural areas. Okay?
Yes.
Now, what is strange about it is that its main export is one of the richest, should we say, natural resources to actually have uranium.
They have uranium.
Yep.
That radioactive element.
Eco.
Okay.
It's one of the reasons why France has always had a very keen interest in this particular country.
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't seem to favor this country. Now, one of the things about Niger, West Africa had very many kingdoms. There was the Mali Kingdom, there was the Songhai empires. Now, historically, Niger was always part of either the Mali Kingdom or the Songhai Empire. It got its independence in 1960. And unfortunately, it has been visited by very many coups. Yes. Ifiki Sudan, but it has had many. All right?
Yes.
It has an interesting, should we say, conglomeration of ethnic groups. 54% of the community who live there are Hausa. Now, of interest, you'll find they share communities with other West African countries. The Hausa predominantly found in Nigeria.
Okay. I remember reading about them sometime when I was in Primo.
Yes. Now, they are known usually for their woodworking, leatherworks, architecture, mud bricks. And the architecture is unique to the areas these people come from, okay? Then there's the Rarma Songhai. They comprise something like 21%. The Hausa 54%, okay? They are largely fisher folk, okay?
All right.
Then they have the Tuareg, okay? The Tabu people, small, nomadic, and minority.
Yes.
I will tell you more and more about the country.
Right.
As the week goes on.
Do you know there's a vehicle called Tuareg?
Yes, Volkswagen.
Yes, there's a Volkswagen Tuareg.
Yes.
Which get its name from that ethnic community.
It's supposed to be touring, tour.
It's a nomad.
Yeah, it's nomad in a tour. Okay. A child of an elephant will not be a dwarf. A child of an elephant will not do what?
Be a dwarf.
Yes, it may look small,
right?
But it's because it's a child. You give it time, it will not remain that same size.
A child of an elephant. A child of an elephant
will not be
a dwarf. Yes. Nice. I absolutely love it. Thank you so much, City, for it. Hiyo ni kumaanisha usijiangalia hivi pia ujidharau. Wale walikuleta huku duniani kama walikuwa giants, pia utakuja kuwa giant. Au namna gani? Haya, sawa. Let's get on to our URL. Kama unatusikiza kutoka pwani, angalia tovuti yetu ya radiogeneration.co.ke, and wherever it is that you are all over the world, that's where you can access us. You can get us on radiogeneration.co.ke, because that is where you will not only get to see us, but you will also get to interact with bold insights and real talk as far as the top stories are concerned, and especially the ones that have been making headlines in the last couple of days. For example, there's this story about Eliud Owalo. Now, Eliud Owalo, being a former CS, also became a presidential advisor. Now, this is what they're saying. Deputy Chief of Staff in the Office of the President, Eliud Owalo, hours after announcing his intention to contest the presidency in 2027 general election, he has resigned from his position of Deputy Chief of Staff. Now, in a statement issued on Sunday, Owalo said his continued service in government was no longer tenable following the declaration of his presidential bid. This is what he said. Following my declaration earlier today that I intend to run for presidency of the Republic of Kenya in the year 2027, my position as the Deputy Chief of Staff, Delivery and Government Efficiency is no longer tenable. I have therefore resigned from the position with immediate effect. Now, Owalo has been serving as the Deputy Chief of Staff overseeing delivery and government efficiency, a key role responsible for coordinating, monitoring and tracking the implementation of government programs across ministries, departments and agencies. Now, his entry into the 2027 presidential race marks a significant political shift for Owalo, who has previously worked closely with major political figures, including former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka, Musalia Mudavadi, and currently President William Ruto. He said that his decision reflects a move away from supporting individual leaders to directly championing development for the Kenyan people. Now, Eliud Owalo, CT, has taken this particular step, few months to the general election. This is a little bit over a year. Actually, it's almost 2 years. Is it? It's about a year plus some 7 or so months. He has decided to run for president. In my opinion, I just think this is one of those things that I've had before, where someone has said that, see, when you have many people, especially from one community, the votes will be divided. I don't know what you think about that.
I wish I could get into Owalo's mind to actually speak accurately about what it is that I think Owalo is doing.
Yes.
But he qualifies to vie.
Of course he does. He's a Kenyan.
Yes, he's of that age that is required.
Right, so he has the qualifications academically and otherwise.
So I wish him luck. If luck is indeed what is needed to vie for the presidency, then I wish him luck.
Sasa hata nifikirie kama Mkenya wa ground
Okay, nazungumza kama Mkenya wa ground.
Kuna wenye wa hewa na wale wa ground. Sasa mimi ni wa ground. Hata nifikirie kama Mkenya wa ground. Currently we do not have a Luo what are they called? A Luo presidential candidate on any platform that I know of. Whether it's on Wiper, whether it's on ODM, whatever. We do not have a Luo presidential candidate. So could he be the person that has been presented, here I'm putting it in quotes, presented maybe by President Ruto, so that he can rally the Luo vote and then deliver the Luo vote to the president? Ikikaribia pale mwisho wa campaign period, aseme, guys, you know what? Ruto tosha. That is a sarcastic laugh, isn't it? So we just we move on to something else. Nakuanga funny. Yeah.
This thing we call leadership, community leadership. Hakuna bali watu wapigiwa kura. Okay?
Tuliambiwa kuna juogi.
Yes.
Yeah.
The point, if you take Peter Kaluma's point of view,
nataka ushike hapo nione kama nitakusikia tena.
Okay.
As you talk, because now I won't tell you.
If you listen to Peter Kaluma's treatise on this particular matter,
Edna has come to do her thing.
Yes.
So as there. Now I can hear you.
You can hear me now.
Thank you so much, Edna.
Okay.
Right, carry on.
This is not an elective position. No. Whatever logic people use,
yes,
whatever illogical manner people subscribe to, they determine that somebody is going to be their leader.
Yes. They
never declare themselves the leaders. There is no forum where you say people sat and agreed and anointed him leader. People just understand and know that so and so is the person who's going to be leading and is going to speaking for us. There is no place where William Ruto was elected the leader of the Kalenjins. Hakuna mahali alipigiwa kura.
Hakuna.
Daniel Arap Moi before him hakuna mahali alipigiwa kura. Kalonzo Musyoka hakuna mahali amepigiwa kura. Uhuru Kenyatta, Mudhamaki, as I was told he used to be called, hakuna mahali alipigiwa kura. The late Raila Odinga hakuna mahali alipigiwa kura.
True story.
My friend, the method by which communities determine this individual who they feel will represent them is not necessarily a logical one. And it doesn't follow so-called democratic processes of the best man. It has a way in which it functions. And the only ingredient I know that is consistent is that the people decide. Okay?
Yes.
So, if Owalo has presented himself as somebody who wants to stand for the president, that is not the same as being the leader of the community that he comes from. Should he indeed become the leader, you will know. Okay. Because the people will rally behind him. And that, as of now, hasn't happened. So the laughter was for one reason. It wasn't at what you said, Paul, it's what you ignited. I was thinking of how it is the political season brings out all types of madnesses. And I mean the word deliberately.
Right.
But it also brings out aspirations, which I'm referring to as madnesses, where people now come out and say, but why not? I think Owalo has come out and said, why not? Sasa, that's why I said, ni haki yake jamani.
Ni haki yake.
Yale mengine ambayo yale mengine ambayo yanatokea mbele tutayaona. Sawa, na tutayazungumzia. Lakini kwa sasa bwana anathibitisha nia za haki, ni haki. Ni kama Mkenya
kila mtu afanye
basi
kile kiko moyoni wake.
Basi tu. Ana haki kusimamia kiti ya urais,
kugombea hicho kiti.
He has every right to do so.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Because I read something similar when Honorable Kuria also resigned. Was it last year? But that time that he resigned, I was like, something is cooking here.
Let me ask you something.
Yes,
does anybody beyond you having remembered? Does anybody remember that he resigned?
Does anyone remember that Moses Kuria resigned?
What I'm asking is, do you think it's of any significance? He even formed his own party. My friend, this silly season that we're in.
Yes. Tutajionea mambo.
Oh, you will see and hear all manner of things.
A lot of theatrics.
And please develop the culture that I have demonstrated today of laughter, because you are going to be tickled to high heaven.
Right.
You will hear and see things that you never thought you'd see.
So, tukiona Dr. Alfred Mutua, for example, has resigned to run for presidency, I just laugh like you.
Cheka uanguke. Anza hivyo.
I'll try.
And then weka gear.
Akiresign, I'll try and laugh.
Believe me.
Yes.
When we say ni haki yake, kama ni haki ya Owalo, itakuwa haki ya mtu pia.
We wish him all the best, for sure.
Ni muhimu bwana. When people talk about it, huyu jamaa bwana at some point alikuwa presidential candidate. Simuone hivi. Yes.
Dozens have been arrested in a place called Minneapolis during the anti-ICE protests. I don't know if you've been following this, but there have been protests in that state called Minnesota, and it is crazy. Let's check this out. Thousands of people joined another night of protests in Minneapolis on Saturday following the death of a woman who was shot by a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent in the city. Earlier, city officials said 30 people had been arrested during the weekend's protests, and one police officer was injured after a chunk of ice was thrown at them. Now, protests against immigration enforcement have been held across the U.S. after 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was shot in her car on Wednesday. The Trump administration said that the agent who fired the shots acted in self-defense, and local officials have insisted that the woman posed no danger. Did you get to see that clip of that lady? Okay, so it was there's a lady who seemed to have blocked the road. Right, this happened in Minneapolis. So it's like she was blocking the road and she was talking to cops. She had actually just come from school where she had dropped I think 6-year-old child. Alikuwa amedrop mtoto shule. So akakuja pale. And then akaanza kuconfront wale askari wa ICE. So the cops approached her vehicle, and as they did, she decided to do what? To drive off, because they were attempting to get into her car. So she decided, I'm not getting arrested today, and drove off. Now, before she drove off, there was a cop who was in front of her car.
Oh, dear.
And that cop could have moved away, but he had stood there deliberately to stop her from leaving. So this lady was like, mimi hapa ninatoka. And she decided to drive off.
Did she hit the guy?
She sort of hit the guy.
Sort of
hit the guy. And why I'm saying sort of is because the guy was literally leaning on her car from
so essentially she just pushed the guy.
Yes. Huyo jamaa alikuwa tolewa either way, hiyo gari ingesonga nyuma, mbele, kando, whichever direction it would have taken, huyo jamaa angetolewa. Now, the cop had, unholstered his gun.
Oh, dear.
Shot I think like 3 shots towards this lady.
Oh, dear.
And one of the bullets unfortunately hit her head and she died.
Oh, dear me.
So that is what has sparked these particular protests. But now what is shocking me is, had something like that happened here in Kenya, we would have seen an outpouring of sympathy, and even people who are against her actions would still be empathetic to her. They'll be like, we are sorry to the family, and so on and so forth. Bro, there's a media station in the US called Fox. Those people are victim blaming. You know the way you say, alikuwa anafanya nini hapo mwanamke? Mbona alikuwa na drive your vehicle?
Actually, they are status quo supporting.
Oh yes, they are. But now I'm taking this angle of victim blaming.
Tuendelee na kazi.
And my friend, the things they're saying about her, at no point did I hear any of the journalists on that station, from the reporters to the anchors.
Yani walimshambulia huyu mama.
Boss, I would expect someone to be like, it's very unfortunate that this lady has died. May she rest in peace.
Hawana hiyo.
You know, we are sympathizing with her family. We can't imagine what the husband is going through. Actually, it's her ex-husband. We can't imagine what the ex-husband is going through, what the kids are going through, the parents, you know. Wale watu wako, that woman should not have been there. What was she doing? How can you ignore police officers' command? And I'm like, guy.
Right.
Yeah, so it is absolutely crazy in this place called Minneapolis, and
actually, it is actually very crazy in this place called the US.
But specifically, it has sparked off all kinds of reactions from the citizens of America. Of course, there are those who are like, mama ni mbaya, mama alikuwa anafanya nini hapo. Her history has also come up. Apparently, she was in an ICE rights watch group where they monitor where ICE is going, what they do, who they are arresting. And I'm like, vitu zimetokezea mpaka you're even asking yourself, guys, someone is dead. She has not even been buried yet. Her family is in mourning. Her children are without a mother.
Sasa ni wao. Sasa tumejua jinsi wanavyoangalia na wanavyoona mambo, sio?
Wanasemanga watu usherekea until siku yako ifike, then you're like then you realize there's no one to fight for you now. Anyway, that is that. Dozens have been arrested in Minneapolis during that anti-ICE protest, and obviously if you are on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke, you will get more on that from when it started to where it's currently going. Last but not least, Iran to retaliate if US attacks as hundreds killed in protests. Now, also, Iran is another place where things are getting quite interesting. Iran has warned it will retaliate if attacked by the United States, as sources and activists report hundreds of protesters have now been killed in an escalating government crackdown. Things here are very, very bad. A source in Tehran said on Sunday, a lot of our friends have been killed. They were firing live rounds. It's like a war zone. The streets are full of blood. They are taking away bodies in trucks. This is according to someone who is in Tehran. Again, City, if you've been following up on this situation, the United States President Donald Trump, he said that if you kill protesters, we will come there. And now protesters have been killed.
The civilization that we refer to as the American civilization is not in decline. That civilization has come to an end.
Okay.
This is something that other people have spoken of, but I've been speaking of this for quite some time. Not because I have a particular dislike for America. When I look at what America has represented over the years and to the number of people it has represented, it has been a citadel for excellence at a level that the world has never seen. I actually bemoan the country.
Yes.
I am saddened by that decline. Because the rise of that particular country brought to humanity so many positive changes, the likes of which had never, ever been seen. And they promoted visions of grandeur and of defined excellence that again people aspired towards, whether it is in their higher education, in the world of science, in the world of research. And they also promoted very many similar thinkings and similar achievements across the globe. Their fight for democracy, in my opinion, may have been flawed in what they consider democracy, because at some point democracy had to be anti-communism. At some point, democracy had to be what they defined it as. At some point, democracy was essentially what they tell you to do, and at the time they tell you to do, and your obedience to it is what determined democracy. But when a country turns against its own, and its biggest enemies seem to be within, and the people whom they refer to as their own citizens, whatever it is that you thought was good about that country has clearly changed and turned vicious, because it's eating its own. the very things that are done, whether it is against another country, the people on whom the retaliation will be visited will be the people of that particular country.
Yes.
Not necessarily the leaders who brought about that, but it will be the leaders of that particular country, the citizens of that particular country. Now, when a country heads in that direction, any president, no matter how daft or dim,
yes,
has advisors. And they all can't be dim. They will know and understand that we have a problem in our hands and something needs to be done.
Right.
So the extremity of activities that we see are a pointer to the dire situation that the American country has within its borders. You are either you want to fight Canada, you want Greenland, you've now taken over Venezuela, you're threatening the Iranians. For heaven's sake, how many people are you fighting at the same time?
And I have a feeling that the US has been waiting for such a time.
Why do you
Because
say that?
for a very long time, they've just been having issues with Iran over and over, you know.
Iran doesn't have issues with them. Why do they have issues with Iran?
Who? America?
No, yes. Iran did not declare problem. They did not have a problem with Iran, with America.
With the US, yeah.
No. It's they, the Americans, who have decided that they have a problem with Iran. Why? Once the Shah of Iran was deposed and the Ayatollahs took over,
right,
again, American civilization seemed to represent what they call anti-Islamic movements. You are talking about one of the biggest religions in the world.
Right.
It's actually a religion of peace for those who care to read and understand about it. Okay? Now, you decide that these people who have determined this, how they they are going about their lives. Okay? You consider it as repressive. That's you. How do you not understand that you need to let people live according to the dictates that they find suitable to them? Why do you think that you must be the person who instigates change that you think is good for these people? That is not even paternalism. That is the highest level of arrogance. You are the one who knows and decides what is good for people.
Right.
When it comes to democratic institutions, they are not the only country in the world that have democratic institutions. No, the Japanese have democratic institutions. The Indians have democratic institutions. The Scandinavian countries have democratic institutions. European countries in their entirety have democratic institutions.
Yes.
Which work and have worked longer than the American democratic institutions. So, I am saddened.
Sure.
I am saddened that such a beautiful civilization that brought so much joy and opportunity to so many people across the globe is disintegrating as we watch.
You know what? They say that time will tell if indeed the US will stick to their guns. So they say they'll invade in case something of this sort happens. Let's wait and see. Right now, though, let's check out what's happening on the roads.
Traffic.
All right, so this is the situation that I'm currently looking at. Let me just refresh this to make sure that I'm getting the freshest of updates. Ngong Road inakaa iko sawa, lakini hapa Junction Mall traffic may increase as opposed to what I've been seeing on previous days, like from Friday. I don't know what's the deal with that, because I know there's a construction ongoing, obviously, of the of the bridge. But yes, today it looks like it's a bit bumper to bumper, more than it was on any other day. And then there's a few pockets of traffic also along Ngong Road. That is, for example, from Malomalo, no, not Malomalo, but this is Joseph Kang'ethe Road, that junction as you're joining Ngong Road. Now that stretch from Joseph Kang'ethe ukielekea all the way to Kilimani Elgeyo Road, hapo iko bumper to bumper. Then there's another situation here, Ring Road Kilimani, again another stretch kameshikamana mbaya tena sana, but everything else looks easy peasy, apart from that roundabout at the Faculty of Health Sciences. That is more or less basically what we call Nairobi Funeral Home. Hiyo roundabout, what we used to call Kitambo City Mortuary, hiyo iko bumper to bumper. Alafu ukiangalia barabara zingine, Haile Selassie also looking tricky at this particular hour. If you're joining the CBD from that particular point, rest assured it's locked. Moi Avenue, where you meet Haile Selassie, that roundabout as well, locked as well. So basically the CBD at this particular hour, it's everyone has poured in there. You all have decided to clog it up, but you know what, welcome to the city. tuendelee kufanya kazi na kujenga nchi, au sio? If I zoom out and head on over to a place called Langata Road, not looking bad at this particular hour. Also looking at a picture, or rather looking at that stretch on Mombasa Road, not looking bad. A little bit of traffic at around the Maradaima, but everything after that is looking A-okay. Airport North Road, a little bit of traffic. It's a yellow line, so that means you guys are moving quite well. Another situation I want to look at is Mombasa. Mombasa Mwambaje, habari yenu, karibuni tena sana on 90.7 FM. This area along Longoni Road is a roundabout there. That one is yellowed out, so that means there's traffic, but it's moving. Amid coaches zio barabara julikana kama not Biashara Street. This is oh my goodness, it doesn't have a name. Or yeah, this is Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, bumper to bumper on both sides of the road. Kisaoni Road pia imeshikamana ukielekea katika roundabout, ndio uvuko ende sehemu ya Faza, imeshikamana. Jomo Kenyatta Road pia Mombasa, no, this is now Mombasa Road on the other side of Jomo Kenyatta Road. Bumper to bumper this particular hour. Mombasa looks fairly good. Yeah, no complaints coming through. Mwembe Tayari, barabara ya Mwembe Tayari, traffic on both sides, but it's yellowed out. That means there's traffic, but it is moving. Why don't you give me a shout out in case there's something on the roads that I need to know about?
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Now, before we get into the papers, I just need to give a few shout-outs to some folks here. Don Sawa is saying, Bobby, how are you? Kindly ask CT, is ODM pursuing the 10-point agenda or pursuing broad-based relationship? Or what are they pursuing now?
What does he think?
Dennis Morioki saying, Mbuvi, ambia huyo mzee aseme one term kimoyomoyo.
Absolutely not.
But unajua pia ukisema kimoyomoyo hatutajua. Whether umesema one term, two term, four term.
I am saying that, you know, the issue of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is.
The terms, say, yes.
Those who want to say it will say it. Those are people like that poetry. I don't look at politics through those lenses. The narratives and the chanting, it makes some people happy.
But not you.
No, it doesn't. I am keenly waiting to listen, to hear for these so-called aspirants who have a plan to take us out of this debt trap that we have, and how it is the plan to ensure that every county in this particular country does the best that it can and brings out its very best so that this economy grows. I want to hear that narrative. Anything else, I really don't have time for. It's really that simple. But thank you for the suggestion. Okay?
All right.
Instead of what he has suggested, may I suggest that what he does is consider development and consider progression and consider removing people from the dire poverty that they are in.
All right.
That is what I want to hear leaders, wannabe leaders talk about, because they all wannabe at the moment.
Kisa Daniel says, hello CT, how was your weekend? Well, CT gave us a very interesting review of how his weekend was. Alisema kuna mahali waliketi mahali Saturday na wakajibamba tena sana. Yeah. Then there's John Mutua saying, morning, RG Chef John, Nico tuned in. Mbuvi, pair CT hot Americano coffee. Happy to see my friend, very happy. All right. Yeah, so John Mutua, fanya hivi, ndakutumia pay bill. Mahali tutaenda tuketi tukikunywa Americano coffee, alafu wewe ufanye hivyo kutoka Qatar, eh? Ama upige simu utumanishe iletwe hapa studio. Marit anasema, good morning kings and queens, leaders don't compete. Kitengela iko locked in. Thank you so much Kitengela for locking it in. Njuki Mungai amesema, City the sage and Mbuvi the millennial, good morning. Thika is locked in kama padlock. Yeah. Asante sana Njuki. Hosea Koech, good morning good people. I'm enjoying I enjoy listening to the radio crew. It's Dr. Koech in South Carolina.
Asante sana.
Gustav Mandela amesema good morning from Kanyada, Homa Bay. Well, good morning to you too, Gustav. Thank you for joining us this morning. Tuanze na gazeti, acha nipatie CT inaitwa Daily Nation ashikilie. CT.
Niko na Daily Nation.
Uko na Daily Nation tayari?
Niko nayo.
Sawa. Uko na The Star?
Star wewe ndio uko nayo.
Uko na The Standard?
Wewe ndio uko nayo.
Shika Standard basi. Acha nisome hizi mbili. Daily Nation says, why we won't be joining grade 10. This is on the front page there. And then several students have been pictured. And the caption is, As thousands of students report to their new schools today, a different reality confronts many of their peers across the country. Despite excelling in the Kenya Junior School Education Assessment, they now face a painful truth. Their academic success may not lead to progression to senior school because their families cannot afford school fees. This story is on page 2 and 3. All right. We shall definitely delve a bit deep into this one. So keep it here. On page 38, Kenya keeps the overall title, but rivals closing gap. Kenya topped the medal standings for the third consecutive time at the World Athletics Cross Country Championships in Florida, US, but there was a marked decline. The story is on page 38. Ruto to Mount Kenya voters, I will not abandon you. Stories on page 10. On page 6, they're saying, ODM convenes meeting amid Oburu ouster plot. So wanasema, those questioning me, or rather those questioning my election, I challenge them to come for the NDC. I'm not afraid and I will call it very soon. This is Dr. Oburu Oginga, ODM party leader and Siaya County Senator. He has said that yeye haogopi mtu yoyote chochote. Kama ni NDC mnataka ndio mfanye kura, ndio muamue naye atakuwa party leader na other positions in the party, ataitisha hiyo kitu.
Sawa.
Mkuja mumwambie mnasema.
Hiyo ni sawa.
Yeah, what is it that you're saying?
Sio ni mambo ya ODM.
Si ndio hiyo sasa?
Okay, wacha watu wa ODM watuambie mambo yao iko namna gani.
Back page of the Daily Nation. Morocco's coach fights off claims of open bias by refs. Atlas Lions beat Cameroon to reach semis, but Indomitable Lions felt they were robbed of 2 penalties. Morocco's coach Walid Regragui gives instructions to his player Adam Messina during his team's quarter-final match at the 2025 AFCON against Cameroon at Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium in Rabat, Morocco on Friday. They've been captioned there as they were going on with their game. Zinedine experiment for Algeria backfires in CAP. Algeria's hopes of solving goalkeeping crisis with a big name flopped at the Africa Cup of Nations, and they will need to look for alternatives before the World Cup kicks off later this year. Hiyo tutajionea tukijionea. Front page of the Star. Poor diets take 400 billion shillings toll on Kenya's economy. This story is on page 4 to 5. And on page 9, you cannot dislodge me in Mount Kenya, Ruto tells Gachagua. Sweet victory. Agnes Chebet Ngetich crosses the finish line to win the senior women's race at the World Athletics Cross Country Championships in Tallahassee, Florida, United States yesterday. The gold medalist during the award ceremony has been pictured there in tears as she received her medal. And on page 2, law and medicine for preferred courses for KCSE top performers. Page 6, Byron Osiro, innovations must be supported by a solid infrastructure. You can check that out in the Star. Over to you, City.
The Standard has one headline, Junet's rough ride, and they talk about retribution. As the country gradually gets used to referring to the country's most vibrant politician in past tense, the after effects of Raila Odinga's demise in October last year are turning into a nightmare for some who appear to have hung on his coattails to make political career through ODM. National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed continues to be hit by myriad accusations, from never winning any nominations in Migori to using his closeness to Baba to cause problems for others as some revive old quarrels. The story is on page 6. There's a quotation from 2 individuals who are ODM members. One is a gentleman called Sam Atandi, who is the Alego Songa MP. All these allegations are total rubbish. Ask yourself how much was required to pay presidential agents across the country who gave out the money. Then there's a quotation by Karoli Omondi, who is the Suba South MP. I was at State House talking to the head of the civil service, where Junet found me in deep conversation with Felix Koskei. He got angry and asked me how I got there without his blessings. These are the sort of issues that keep coming and again and again and again whenever you have the situation that we have in ODM, where the leader and the party leader for very, very, very many years suddenly passes away. There is no power vacuum as such, but there's a jostling for now of more meaningful positions. This is not unusual to politics. Let us see how this unfolds. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I now want to look at the Business Daily. The headline, landowners eye windfall as 48 billion set aside for SGR. Okay? Taka kujenga reli iende west, fike hapa na pia ifike pale. Okay? And some of it may pass through some people's properties.
Yes.
So it is kama inaweza pita katika ardhi yako, wao utalipa wewe. Okay? But the question I would ask is, there are those whose land the SGR traversed when it snaked its way from Mombasa to Nairobi to Dukamoja in Naivasha. Were they all compensated? That is a question. Ministry hit by exit of 18,674 employees in 3 years. All right. Economy. Travelers to Kenya set for 6.4 million medical cover. Construction boom extends Nigeria's run as Kenya's chief sisal importer. We still grow sisal, and there are people who still do what? People who still buy the sisal. China supported geothermal plant to start electricity supply in March. We're talking about Kenya, by the way, eh?
Yes.
Unfulfilled CBAs fuels strikes, cripple healthcare services. And the beat goes on.
The beat goes on indeed.
Yes.
All right. There's a story I've said we shall revisit. So let's revisit it. Why we won't be joining grade 10. This is on page 2 and 3 of the Daily Nation. Quite an important story because shule zimefunguliwa. We're talking about the future of millions of, or rather hundreds of thousands of students here. Top performing learners face a cruel reality. Without funds, their hard-earned places in senior school may vanish, leaving bright futures locked out by soaring fees. Despite excelling in the Kenya Junior Education School Education Assessment, that is KJSEA, dozens of where has it gone now? Let me start. Despite excelling in the Kenya Junior School Education Assessment, dozens of high-performing learners across the country face a painful reality. Their academic success may not translate into progression to senior school as the families cannot afford the fees. While the government has repeatedly assured parents that no child will be left behind, the reality on the ground tells a different story. School fees ranging from 18,000 to over 55,000 annually, excluding uniforms, beddings, textbooks and transport, have locked out children whose families survive on casual labor, subsistence farming or small-scale trading. Yesterday, Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok said the selection process for the Lamu scholarship targeting 10,000 students is underway. He noted that the government has mobilized multiple funding sources to support needy learners. Professor Bitok added that by the end of the week, the ministry expects a clear picture of how many students have been reported to school, with the KEMI's digital platform improving tracking and coordination on preparedness. He said schools are ready to receive learners. Nikubaya. Currently, my family, we are fundraising for a student who's supposed to be joining grade 10. And I can tell you, things are thick.
This is a discussion that we must have at great length for this very reason. We have bursaries within the county government, and we have bursaries that are given by the NGCDF. Okay? The whole purpose of a bursary is to meet the needs of people who are needy. People who are unable to pay for an education and yet qualify to move on.
Yeah.
There are many people in this country who will tell tales of how, in the absence of either a Good Samaritan or a process such as a bursary service,
yes,
or some foundation that seeks to give bursaries, without which they would never have gone to school or have completed their education. We live at a time when there's an abundance of these bursaries. There are very many students who need them. Now, these individuals who we elect as politicians and who from time to time purport to be leaders as well, this is an opportunity for them to actually lead. How is it that children from within the environment in which you were elected can actually go through a problem of this nature? And you who is, if indeed you are not just a politician but a leader, how can you then not provide a solution that will meet this need? Somebody has done well. For heaven's sake, they should go to that school that they are called to.
Yeah.
Find a way of making sure that fees is paid so this student can actually get an education. Yes. It's not that difficult to figure out. Because they're known. And the families are known. The economic well-being or the absence of it is known.
Yeah.
So, it should make headlines as a problem, and the next headline be the solution that has been found.
You know, and remember the conversation we had here with Fanyamambo a couple of months ago, where he said that, imagine if we abolish all these bursaries, all that money, we consolidate it plus the monies that we give qua CDF for bursaries, and then he mentioned, like we just consolidate all these monies. He said it would be more than enough from the calculations he did. Personally, I haven't done them, but, he presented it. But I also see some folks, even in Parliament, including Senate, saying that, that actually is a brilliant idea.
It's not a brilliant idea at all. At all. Before devolution, bursaries, and before NGCDF or CDF, bursaries were nestled in the Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
And the way they were given out, parents applied for bursaries when children were accepted to a school. You applied through the school. Okay? The details of the parents were known to the school because you would state what you do, how you do it, where you do it, and so they knew. And bursaries depended on your well-being. Nobody got 100% bursary, but you got close to it. When you're challenged, you would learn, but you would get a bursary, meaning you paid a small fraction of what the fees was. There are those who paid the full fees. The understanding being those who paid the full fees also would compensate for those who were not able to pay.
Yeah.
We are not talking about something that hasn't been tried out before. The reason why the CDF was brought into being was not for purposes of the bursary. It was brought for purposes of the development. So that somebody could focus development specifically on a constituency and the basic needs that may be missed out by the government.
Yes.
When we then brought in the county system, it was now to look at a region and determine what best can be done. Within all these fundings, NGCDF as we now call it, and the allocation given to counties, there are bursaries allocated. Nobody has told us how much is actually a shortfall in the bursaries that are received currently. So the argument that these monies are enough, I agree with, they are enough. As to how they should be divvied out or where they should be nestled, I do not agree that it should be in the Ministry of Education.
Why I'm saying it's a brilliant idea is because from that calculation that he did, it showed that we would never need to pay school fees for anyone.
Yeah, but what's brilliant about it, Paul?
The fact that if the government just does that, this headline wouldn't be in existence right now. We wouldn't be talking about, hundreds of students who will not go to school.
Devolution and the thinking behind everything historical that pointed to devolution was to bring whatever was needed closer to the people.
Yes.
That was the entire idea.
Now,
are we saying this has failed completely?
If we were to consolidate those particular funds, right? And I feel bad that I'm not articulating it as well as Fanyamambo would, but the fact, what he said, and I remember it has been echoed by also other individuals of like-mindedness.
Many.
Yes. If we were to abolish these bursaries, abolish scholarships, and just say, you know what, let's just put this money into that thing that we're calling education.
So how will we meet these needs?
Which needs? Once that money is there, City Today is called to whatever school they go. No question about it. Everything is sorted from your school fees to your uniform, or perhaps maybe not your uniform, but everything else that is needed of the school of your education is taken care of.
There are people in the Ministry of Education, the people in the Ministry of Curriculum Development, well, it's part of the Ministry of Education. You're telling me that all these people do not see this and they don't understand this?
I wonder why it's not been implemented, or at the very least debated. You see what you said, Fanyamambo, won't make sense because these are the actual figures on the ground. Then I would be like, okay, all right, but no one has come out to say no. Not the president, not anyone, not the Minister for Education, not even the Committee of Education in Parliament or Senate. No one has come out to say, or even teachers, principals, and anyone who's in charge of education. No one has come out to say that that is a crazy idea, that wouldn't work.
Let me retract what I've said. I had not fully understood what you were saying. You are talking about there being education that is free for everybody. So nobody needs to have a discussion about bursaries.
Yes.
Nobody needs to have a discussion about how much fees.
Right.
All that money is divvied out to the schools, so all that the student does is reported to school.
Yes. Kiitwa shule, whichever school you're called today.
When kwenda.
Yes. That means also schools would be well equipped. That means that teachers would be well paid, and that means that capitation ya kila shule itakuwa taken care of, no questions asked.
I have retracted what I said earlier on. That is indeed a brilliant idea.
Yeah, so I am waiting to see someone say that this can't work, or at least someone to give us an alternative that is better than that one, because the
free education based on what you've just said, that makes perfect and total sense.
All right, folks, we want to take a short break, get into the news with Winnie Maganga, but when we return, of course, we take a different turn as far as conversations are concerned. We'd like to welcome our folks in Nairobi on 88.8 FM, Mombasa it's 90.7, but this is week 2 of 89.5 in Garissa County. Garissa, mtu aniambia how we say hello in your native language so that I can see if I can actually capture it. But right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 2 people were killed and 9 others injured following a construction accident at a residential building site in Cairo, Nairobi County, the National Construction Authority has confirmed. In a statement on January 11th, the authority said the incident occurred on Saturday at around 4:30 p.m. along Gongview Lane within Langata sub-county. All the injured were evacuated to a nearby hospital for medical attention. According to the authority, the project involved a proposed 1-story residential development that was under construction at the time of the accident. The family of a young man is demanding justice over an alleged police killing that occurred in Mukuru Kwanjenga slums on Sunday. 20-year-old Aidan Shukri was allegedly killed by police officers during an altercation. According to Mukuru Community Justice Center, the incident began after Shukri's car likely scratched a matatu at Bakita stage, escalating into a confrontation. 2 police officers reportedly emerged from a vehicle during the altercation, after which Shukri was fatally shot.
Na sisi sio waribijisi, ni wa Kenya. Huyo ni mtoto mdogo na sio mwizi. Hata askari waezi huwa mwizi, wanatulia watoto wetu wadogo. Hatuna haki. Haki itendeke. Ile kitu naomba serikali achukue hatua. Kwa nini kila siku tunauliwa watoto wetu? For nothing. Ni nini wamefanya? Na Mukuru Kwanjenga justice. Ndio hii. Ni nini tumefanya? Huyo mtoto ako na makosa gani? Kama ako na makosa, si kuna sheria. Mbona wasipeleka kwa sheria?
Residents of West Pokot have accused cartels and some leaders of running an opaque gold mining process in the region. They claim local miners are paid far below international market prices, with middlemen and brokers allegedly exploiting them. The residents have also lamented the lack of transparency and public participation in gold mining activities in the area.
Mambo ya mining, tunataka tujue governor yeye ndio anaongea kama kuna kitu, kama kuna public participation ya kwenda, kuna investor anakuja, weta anatoka nje ya Kenya ama from Kenya. We have to involve the present government, and then the present government wanaita sisi wananchi tufanye public participation. Kwa hivyo mambo ya hii cold, tunafuata mtindo ya wale majirani yetu kaunti ya Turkana. Wakati mafuta ilikuwa huko, tulisikia wananchi walikuwa presented, na hiyo mafuta ilikuwa na andika kila mtu ambayo ni ya hiyo kaunti percentage yao.
Secondary schools in Thika are facing an unprecedented spike in application for grade 10 admission, far exceeding the numbers placed by the government. The surge has placed immense pressure on already stretched infrastructure and overwhelmed school administrators. At Chania Boys High School, The situation has been especially challenging. While the Ministry of Education placed just over 500 grade 10 learners at the school, parents have since submitted more than 3,000 additional applications.
We have more than 3,000 applicants. We have files and files of students who want to join, but we cannot be able to pick them because of the space. So I would say that our teachers are ready, and recently they were properly retooled to be able to handle the grade 10. We are set, at least we are set because we have enough classes, we have enough dormitories, we have 6 laboratories, science laboratories. At least we are better off.
The U.S. and its partner forces have carried out large-scale strikes against Islamic State group targets in Syria. The U.S. Central Command has announced. U.S. President Donald Trump directed the strikes on Saturday, which was part of Operation Hawkeye Strike, in retaliation to the ISIS deadly attack on U.S. forces in Syria on December 13th, Centom wrote on X. The strikes were conducted in an effort to combat terrorism and protect U.S. and partner forces in the region, according to Centom. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the people's breakfast. We are the home of hard truths and bold insights. It is currently 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Big shout out to our Garissa folks on 89.5. Also salamu ziwafikia watu wa Mombasa wakiwa pale katika 90.7. Hey, I think I got it right. And then of course watu wa Nairobi tukiwa pale katika 88.8. My Swahili teacher right now, wherever he is super proud of the person that I've become as far as Swahili is concerned. Okay, 7 minutes past 7 o'clock, like I told you. Karibu tena sana to the people's breakfast. In this particular hour, there's a question that has been asked here, and I'm gonna echo it again. Let me just get back to it. Someone asked early on, and this is Don Sabwa. Mbuvi, hi, how are you? Kindly ask CT, is ODM, I'm assuming you meant, are ODM members pursuing the 10 points agenda or pursuing broad-based relationships, or what are they pursuing now? Basically, he's asking, this is Don Sabwa, he's asking about
Don't be patient.
The agenda of these folks.
Don't be patient. It will be clear in due course. Just give it time. I cannot tell you what ODM is thinking or what the leadership is thinking.
Yes.
But I can tell you this.
Right.
And this is with certainty. It will become clear soon.
With time.
Rather than later. It will become clear.
Especially when they have this NDC thing going on. Because Mheshimiwa Buru, Daktari Oginga amesema hivi, those questioning my election, I challenge them to come for the NDC. I am not afraid, and I will call it very soon. I am of the opinion that for Daktari, that is Daktari Oburu here, and this is just me as Paul Mungala Mbuvi, I am not a member of ODM. I am actually not a member of any party whatsoever. But my advice to him would be, perhaps in the upcoming NDC, front a younger, stronger, more vibrant leader. And then you take a back seat and just enjoy the shenanigans. Leave yourself this stress ya kupanda na pressure kila wakati. That would be my advice to him. But wacha tuone Kenya yataamua. There is Investment Journal 1167 amesema hivi, Kimi Lembe from Bungoma. This is Caleb. The school fees issue in Kenya is a symptom of broader systemic problems: underfunding, governance gaps, economic inequality, and accountability failures. While education is constitutionally a right, the reality for many Kenyan families is that accessing quality education remains a significant financial burden. Addressing this requires not just policy reform, but a committed multi-stakeholder approach to ensure every child can learn without financial barriers. And I agree with him. When he talks about gaps, let me just get back to that first sentence where he said, the school fees issue in Kenya is a symptom of broader systemic problems. Underfunding? I agree.
So there's no underfunding.
Governance gaps? I agree. Economic inequality? I also agree. And accountability failures. For example, when you talk about ghost schools, ghost teachers, ghost workers, ghost everything, the amount of money that we lose in those particular gaps alone. We were told that now we are currently losing upwards of 3 billion daily. 3 billion daily. We have been told what 1 billion shillings can do in this country. And that is what we lose daily. For me, it breaks my heart because
these people come up with those figures. How do they arrive at those figures?
Perhaps you should ask
yes,
whoever came up with it.
When the 2 billion figure was brought out by President Uhuru Kenyatta,
yes,
Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission tabulated it and came up with details of how they felt that such monies could be lost. Okay? I don't understand whether the Ethics and Anti-Corruption understood the irony of this. You are the body that is charged with ensuring that these misdeeds do not A, go unnoticed, or B, get their just deserts. But yet you publish and you give details, which means you have knowledge of where it is the wrong is done. But you do not publish what it is you intend to do to eliminate, not reduce, eliminate the wrong. It's paradoxical, isn't it? You know the same thing with regards to ghost schools.
Yes.
Ghost schools is where you nestle ghost teachers, because it's also where you nestle ghost students and all these things. Fees that, capitation that is paid for students. Salaries that are paid for. So the school is where you need a false school so that you can create false teachers and false students, and then this is how you can siphon up the money.
Roughly, how many students are in a typical government school, public school?
I don't even know what a typical government school is, Chief.
It is the one that is not private.
No, when I mean typical, I mean is there are many.
Yeah.
They are categorized into all manner of groupings within the country.
I saw during when the results were released, I saw some schools that had up to 600 students just in Form 4 alone. All right, the ones that passed the exams and currently are waiting now to join university.
Depends on how many streams they have.
Exactly. So let me just go with an average of 500, because there could be more. There are schools that have less, but let's just take an average of 500.
You're talking about secondary just schools in total?
This is no secondary schools. Na naangalia ile capitation ya 22,000. See, 22,000 ndio ya watoto wa secondary. Yeah. So if I just take 500 students, multiply that by 22,000, we're looking at 11 million going to that particular school. Now, I can't remember the number of ghost schools we were told.
In 2016, a number was provided and they said there were 2,000.
2,000.
Yes.
So let me take this figure and multiply it further by 2,000. That amount of money, ladies and gentlemen, what did I do plus? Let me do times 2,000. That money is coming to close, actually not close, but far beyond 2 billion shillings. And that is just assuming we're going with 500 students.
Let me categorize schools for you so that you understand.
22 billion, my friend.
Yes, we start off at the very top with the national schools, okay? These are the top tier government funded boarding schools, okay? Admitting students from across the entire country based on academic merit.
Yes.
Okay? Then there's extra county schools. These are government boarding schools that admitted students from multiple counties, okay, beyond their own. Then there are county schools, okay? The extra county are what we used to call provincial schools before. Primarily admitting students from within their own home county, okay? Then there's sub county schools, okay? Mostly common types designated to serve students from the immediate. These are boarding and sometimes they're predominantly day schools. This is how they're categorized. So you know, okay? Now, the thing about these ghost schools, which I find so abhorrent that I have difficulties discussing it.
Right.
Monies that are divvied out to schools are divvied out from the Ministry of Education. Licensing of schools and determining the existence of it and supervising and ensuring they meet standards is done by the Ministry of Education. And there are departments that are set up to do each and everything that's required within the school. You are telling me that all those people who are in the Ministry of Education and who are in all these departments are unable to root out this problem. If they're unable to, then the problem is not the school, the problem is the Ministry of Education. Because the problem is within the Ministry of Education. When you hear of deep state is not politicians, it is government officials. Because they are there all the time. They move up the ranks, they know the system. They are the ones who determine what goes where and how, not politicians, it's them. The Ministry of Education is where our problem is, because that is where there are people who ensure that all these things that we require within the Ministry of Education or within the education sector are done, from primary school to secondary school to TVETs to polytechnics that we now call TVETs to universities, whichever learning institution, it is them who control it. So whenever there's a problem, I've stopped thinking in terms of schools, I've stopped thinking in terms of TVET. The problem is within the Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
If there are schools that have capitation going to it, it means you registered it. If it is a ghost school, then you know it is a ghost school and you know why you keep funding it, though people should have been arrested. Forget the fake headmasters and the fake who. The culprits are within the Ministry of Education, and this is where all the investigative bodies that we have within the country, EACE, DCI, should focus their attention.
I remember when I was in school, we had a prefect, of course, the class monitor, who would write down the names of noisemakers. And every time the teacher would come,
How often did your name appear on that list?
Not as often as you want it to, CT, but it appeared a couple of times for sure.
Right. It is, with the passage of time, in fact, yes, not very often.
But and we would be called up and we would be punished. Now, of course, there are those class monitors who would be like, because Nyinyi ni Mabeste, he or she, it was a he, of course, so he won't write your names, all right, because you're buddies, and when the teacher comes, it is him who gets punished. Okay? Yeye ndiye atakulwa makofi, yeye ndiye atakulwa viboko. All right? So it got to a point whereby because he doesn't want to be beaten, he will definitely have names when the teacher comes. The reason I'm putting this out is because of this. The moment a teacher comes and there is no list of noisemakers and the teacher can hear the noise, so he knows. And sometimes he even knows the noisemakers because he could watch them from the window at times, especially during night preps. So it's dark outside, but ndani ya class anaweza ona Mbuvi is making noise, CT is making noise, Edna is making noise. So the teacher would have come and just picked directly the people that are making noise. But alikuwa anaendea prefect na anamuuliza majina.
How did you select the prefects? Were you voted in or did the teachers decide?
Teachers decided. And they used to take the ones that obviously were academically, that were performing well academically. So for you to be in a position of leadership, because it had a lot of privileges, a conversation we shall have at a different time, you had to be a performing student for you to be in that position. So long story short, mwalimu akikuja hakuna majina, prefect ndiye anakulwa makofi. Now, getting back to real life situation, we are seeing ghost schools, ghost workers, ghost everything. So in the situation whereby the minister or the CS or the principal secretary is not giving us the names of the individuals who are noisemakers, it is him or her who needs to suffer consequences, so that the next person or the next time that we are coming for the names, he or she will definitely have those names.
I have an agreement with you.
Yeah.
This bushwhacking, hunting nonsense that we're involved in Ministry of Education, PS and everybody under him, then look for the various divisions that are supposed to cater for whatever categorization we have within education. Uliza hawa watu. Okay?
Hata tukikuja kwa home setup, my grandmother tulikuwa tunapeleka ushago sisi wote. during Christmas period, December. And the eldest of us, ndiye alikuwa anaambiwa, take care of these kids. Make sure they have eaten, they have showered. Okay, it is a bath. They have taken a bath, they have done this. When my grandmother comes back from the shamba, akuje apate hamujafanya hizo vitu. Yule mkubwa.
Hao wengine haulizwi.
Wale the top like 4 ndio walikuwa wanakula viboko. So that tomorrow, I'm telling you, mutafanya kile mnafaa kufanya. So why are we not implementing this at a national scale?
That is why the question has to be asked.
Yeah.
This thing of moving around in circles and chasing our tail as though we don't know. The problem is in the Ministry of Education, and that's where the focus should be. Forget talking about headmaster. They don't manufacture the money. They are given the money. The Ministry of Education and whatever cartel exists there that seems to be inherited by every group that comes along. That one. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You want to start off with an audit of lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
You want to understand what we've done this with KRA.
Yes.
And many people lost their jobs. Many people even going to court.
Mm-hmm.
This has never happened in the Ministry of Education. And yet this is one of the most sensitive, if not the most sensitive ministry we have in the country.
Yes.
Because we nestle the entire future of the country on this particular ministry. Because of the learning process that they oversee. So these, what we call Kenyans refer to as shenanigans, once we understood the term, this, to uproot it, the focus needs to be in that ministry.
We keep on seeing EACC arresting officers every now and then. Also, they were collecting bribes on the road. And as much as it's an okay thing.
No, it is a waste of time.
Exactly.
It's a complete waste of time.
I would like to see our Inspector General of Police, because he's the top cop, taking proper action so that cops underneath him can know, by the way, if mdosi amesema na amefanya, it will not
Kenyans approve of the bribery system on our roads.
Yes.
Because they understand it's a direct tax and the inconvenience is immediately removed.
Exactly.
Okay? And you then have license to do wrong so long as you can pay the tax for it. We understand it. People like it. They approve of it. That's why it exists.
For example, there have been rumors, and actually someone died because of that particular rumor or that particular allegation. Albert, when he died last year. Ojwang, exactly. Albert Ojwang died last year because he apparently said,
he did some maths.
Hii pesa inachukuliangwa kuna mahali inaenda.
He was not wrong.
I wish those ones who have been accused of receiving that money, the top cops, wakuja waseme by the in wrong. And as a matter of fact, going forward, any cop caught taking bribes in the name of ati inapelekwa OCS, ndio OCS apelekea OCPD, ndio OCPD apelekea base commander, ndio base commander apelekea regional commander, ndio regional. If they just came out and said that if you're caught in that nonsense, let me not lie to you, I believe we will not be seeing cops arresting folks on the roads.
There's a biannual conference on peace I used to MC at.
Yeah.
It was organized by the Kenya Mental Health Society. That's not the real name. I'm just giving it that name.
Okay.
And there was a testimony given by a very senior ranking
officer,
police officer, when he was a little young, and he said how they were at a roadblock and there were these people who had clearly walikuwa wamejazana namna hii kwa pickup. He took money off them. He said that same day in the evening, that same group arrived at the police station he was at.
Okay.
That group were mourning because they were going to collect the body of somebody who had died. And the money they gave him and his colleague was money which they were going to pay the mortuary services for. He said, he returned the money. And he said that's the last time he ever asked anybody for money. He said, whoa. Yani.
Pesa ya wafu.
Wa. It touched him very, very deeply. He said, you mean?
Is this bad?
When I was in Mombasa, there was a gentleman who was a friend of mine. I got to know him because there's a business I was conducting with some transportation vehicle. In reality, that vehicle should not have been on the road. But it was on the road nonetheless. Anyway, there's a time we were at a restaurant and I was chatting with this fellow.
Yes.
And he looked very distraught and asked him what the problem was. He told me he was being transferred somewhere towards Tana River, Kilifi Tana River.
Yes.
He told me, those places there's no traffic. There's a traffic policeman. So I told him, so why looking so? Said, there's some money I'm expecting. Because I said, for what? Said, I need to take it to the Mkubwa. Will then give me a life story so that I can take it to the Mkubwa. I told him, Kwani, how much money are you talking about? This was mid-1990s. He told me 100,000. I said, I don't know what?
100,000 in the 90s is something close right now to 10M.
My salary at that particular point in time in a private school was 21,000 shillings. In the government,
before or after tax?
Before tax. That same position in a secondary school, the salary was 4,000 bob. So just so that you can get a perspective.
Yes.
So 100,000 was a colossal amount.
Yes, it was.
But it was enough to wash away all the sins and all the problems and ensure he stays there.
Okay.
Now, what people are seeing now did not start yesterday or the day before. This has been in our system for an extremely long time. We happen to be the information age, and the information age has come with the ease with which you can transfer information, you can relay information, you can capture information, you can capture activities. So the proliferation has been made easier. That's why we all know about very many things that used to happen before, but we didn't have the ease of access as we do now.
Yes.
It is not that Kenyans like corruption. We have adapted and we have accommodated it. And we live with it because it makes our lives easier. If we had an opportunity not to be involved, we would not be involved. Because very many Kenyans, the vast majority, are really genuinely upright people who want to do right. But they also don't want to be bothered. They don't want to be taken to court for nothing. They don't want to be harassed. So they'd rather pay. Okay, it is easier to pay.
It's not really for nothing. If you do not have your license, for insurance, for example, you deserve to go to court.
This same gentleman I'm mentioning once told me something. When he and I were having a meal, he invited me. Somebody I knew.
Okay.
And he told me, if I want to find a mistake with your vehicle, even if you just bought from the showroom, I'll find a mistake. I don't mean, really, like what? So if I ask you for a receipt, will you have it? I said, a what?
A receipt.
Receipt. Said, you said it's your car? Where's the receipt? I thought about it. I said, and I never thought of it. Said, precisely. Said, look. We implement the law, so we study it. So we know it.
I was stopped, I think it must have been on Wednesday or Thursday last week. So this cop stops me. Remember I told you now these cops are all over. So nikasimamishwa. Because you remember there was a directive that was ilitolewa juzi na serikali na IG Kanja na akasema now they are cracking down on unroadworthy vehicles because of the increasing number of accidents we've been witnessing in the last couple of days.
IG Kanja should get serious with this job.
Now, I was stopped on Wednesday, literally meters away from my estate where we live. Official residence. So nikasimamishwa, and then the cop came, checked my insurance, on point, license on point, akaniambia kanyanga brakes, akaangalia lights za huko nyuma ziko sawa, akarealize umseeni kama ana makosa, akaniambia pindua taya hii side. So nikapindua taya, akaangalia akaona hii iko sawa, akaendelea nyingine, akaniambia pindua huko kwingine, kapindua, akaniambia hii ni ulimi, meaning it's flat, it has no treads. I was like, hey, Afande, what do you mean? I even exited my vehicle, checked it.
It was okay.
I was like, okay. I mean, imezeeka for sure, but it has treads. So he told me, fungua twende wapi? Nifungulie gari twende station. So first of all, where I was arrested.
Inconvenience now being presented to you.
Exactly.
And you're being given an opportunity to remove the inconvenience.
Exactly. Yes. So there were two cops. So this cop tells me, nifungulie gari tuende station. So nika unlock gari, nikamwambia ingia, of which I understand also cops are not supposed to enter your car. It's either they tow it if it's really unroadworthy,
or you drive.
Mupataneo station.
Yes.
But I opened the vehicle for him because I was like, you know what? Let's do this.
Twende.
Yeah. So I opened the vehicle. So when I opened the vehicle, the other cop, so the same cop who told me open, akaniambia tuko wawili, tutatoshea. I'm like, this car is bloody empty. It's just me. It's like you even 5 cops. In my head, I didn't say it out loud. So nikamwambia hey, mtatoshea. So the other cop was like, unajua mtu ni kujitetea. Mtu ni kuongea. So I looked at him and I was like, afande ameniambia hii mguu yangu ni mbaya. Akaniambia nifungue mlango tuende station.
So nimefungua mlango?
Mlango nimefungua. Akaniambia hapana mzee. First of all I was offended by that mzee. Thing ni sijazeeka sana.
Unajuana na watu ambao wamezeeka na wewe si mmoja wao.
But anyway, I was like, sasa afande ameniambia mguu yangu iko sawa. Akaniambia nifungue mlango, hata hatujaongea. Fanya hivi, ingia, toka tuende. Sasa mimi nimefungua mlango. You know what that cop said now, this other one? He was like, unajua mwanaume ni kujiongelelea. Anyway, akaambiwa afande mwingine, no, just let him go. So I shut my door. And then for like 2 seconds, I was like, what just happened? Is it... See, my car is unroadworthy. Why are we not going to the station?
It's not...
So... And of course he expected me to be like, fande fanya hivi, unajua shika hiki. But the fact that I didn't do that, he was like, enye tukifika station, what exactly what is the conversation going to be like here?
Yes, exactly. Utaanza namna gani?
Yes. So anyway, long story short, we didn't go. They let me go and I drove off because I literally 100 meters away from the gate. Mimi nikaingia kwa gate na maisha ikaendelea.
You know, Paul, there are certain values that we've normalized.
Yeah.
Some are absolutely negative and corrosive, but we've normalized them. And unfortunately for us, they come with consequences. And some of them follow you beyond your own life. You take that step, certain things will happen. When at the time when people enact them or when they go through the process of normalizing them, it never occurs to them, it never causes them to consider or to think about the longevity of the consequence of what it is that they're seeing. It just never does. See, what we don't often see, for instance, when you look at politicians, is the outcome of the utterances that they make. Utterances burn people, they burn villages, they cause divisions among people which need not have been there. Utterances, just utterances. When you live in a state of constant anxiety and fear for your life, for whatever reason, when someone comes and heightens it through statements that they make, you see, we have laws against that, but we never seem to do much beyond maybe jailing people for a weekend,
yes,
or something, and then they are back uttering things. There are people who, by virtue of the things they say, not do, just say, should never be allowed in any public office. And the reason is this. Your job, if you are elected, is to act in the best interest of the people who elected you. Now, best interest doesn't just mean that you supposedly fight for development to come. No, that's not it. Best interest is that you help these people grow as a society and as a community. Grow. Now, grow means they become people who are cohesive and can live with other people well. They become cohesive in that they're people who are tolerant of the differing views that other people around them may have. But when you have leadership that seems to create a culture of intolerance, where the moment someone is different from you, then there's a problem, that person should not be in any position that is referred to in the vaguest way as being a position of leadership.
Yeah,
that's a person you want to spit out as quickly as possible.
If we just had all these institutions that we call government coming together and just deciding to have a zero tolerance on corruption, and then, of course, we take care of the wastage, because remember, we were told we are losing upwards of 3 billion daily. Quick maths, if you do that, it will come to roughly 1.09 trillion. What 1 trillion can do for this country, what 1 trillion can do for us in a span of 1 year alone. The president has been now the president for 3 years, and in another 8 months, he will have been president for 4 years. If they had taken care of that wastage in the first year alone, and we still go through the problems that we had, all this taxation that we're talking about, the levies that are being leveled against us, and so on and so forth, but we could have just endured a zero corruption free zone for at the very least 1 year. We would have seen transformations beyond our wildest imaginations. We would have paid debts that we didn't even think we could pay. We could have had developments that we didn't think were possible. And that is, the 3 billion is just what has been estimated. I believe it could be more. We could collect more monies through legal systems. All these monies that we give to the police and other institutions and other officers, all that money can be channeled to a port and a kitty. Our insurance companies would be doing great right now because we are paying our insurance on time. We would be paying teachers in good time, doctors in good time. SHA would have been one of the best medical care insurance whatevers in the world. We would be having very good roads. We would be having service delivery. People would be in their offices, that is now government officers, because we keep on complaining, unendango kunapata mtu amehang koti na ana disappear. Government officials wouldn't need to start a side hustle for them to complement what they're getting as their salary. Right now would be very, very far. Imagine that is just 1 year, 1 trillion. 4 years, that is upwards of 4 trillion.
You know, Paul, what you say is absolutely true. The thinking around corruption, let's just break it down simply. Huh? This is not my idea. This is something that I heard David D saying. And I thought about it and I realized he had an extremely valid point. He was talking about us having documented and created policies around ending corruption to the point where there really is no more space to document anything more. If it's documenting and piecing together, we've done that. I said, you cannot begin to think of ending corruption if you do not consider the concept of amnesty. Amnesty meaning you say, okay, guys, we have to start somewhere.
Forgive and forget.
So let's say from today, or tomorrow, or the day after, we are definitely not going to be doing anything and tolerating anything that has to do with corruption.
Right.
We are going to forgive. There are things we must set right.
Yes.
People who took what we know as government money have been flagged out by the institution. That money has to be paid. Tuseme tuko ukweli. But in terms of jail time, we will forgive all that.
Yeah.
Forgive, meaning literally nothing will happen to you. We will not take you to jail. If it was determined you should return something, you will return it. However, from that date onwards, should anything be mentioned that is in accordance with what was forgiven, haki, the full weight of the law will descend on you.
And nothing will save you.
You will be done for. There'll be no, there'll be nothing. You will follow, you will feel and experience the full force of the law. And he said, the problem is every time you mention that, what? People land on you like, what do you mean? The thing about the culture of corruption, what we forget is that it actually corrupts you first. So your entire thinking is actually warped. You are often in more survival mode than you are in a mode of setting things right. So the moment someone mentions something that seems to upset you, now somebody who's just begun a nice scheme, what you call a deal, of how they want to defraud either the national or the county government, and then somebody is saying that he will stop immediately. He'll say, what do you mean stop immediately? I haven't even made my first billion and you want me to stop? See, that's the warped thinking I'm telling you about.
Yes.
The conversations around it unfortunately involve pain. Pain in that there are people who will have certain ambitions cut short. But what they need to understand is the ambition being cut short is in lieu of a jail term and you returning everything you may think you have. Because it'll be, as I said, it'll be visited upon you like a ton of bricks. And if your wealth has a history and each is tied to the other, we can't touch this and not touch the other. You'll be in trouble. So the honest conversation involves discussions of things like amnesty. It is not the only way to solve this, but ways in which we can say, folks, as a country, and in order for us to move forward, we can't just keep talking about it. We need to do something. And what are the steps that we need to follow in order to actually get this done? Because we have to do it. This monster is killing us. It is responsible for all the ills that we see. Anytime the law is abrogated and people do not adhere to it, it's because of this. Somewhere along the line, there's this issue of impunity that manifests itself as corruption. It's there somewhere. But because people enjoy impunity and they think it will last forever, it's a conversation many people are not willing to have.
And if only we were to have that convo, man.
The Auditor General, the control of budget, give us very serious information. Then this thing goes that mortuary we call Parliament, where all serious things die, okay, and are buried. The mortuary home of all our aspirations, that one.
The funeral home.
I'm calling it mortuary home. The term is deliberately.
Yes.
Being stated by me. Now, these fellows think and function that way for the same reasons. People want to get rich at whatever cost, but most at the cost of those who actually give them those jobs. And so anything that seeks to set this wrong right, they will fight it. And you see, they have the power to fight it. Because we gave them the power to make laws, and then they create some of their own, the power to ignore the law. When the Auditor General takes matters to Parliament is supposed to move it to the level where now it can actually be actioned. I'm calling it a mortuary because it dies there.
Yep.
It doesn't move. And doesn't die because nobody does anything. No, people do a lot. Those who are involved are called. And they're asked what it is they think should be done about this particular matter.
Yeah.
And we know in this country what that means. So long as that is the status quo, the changes that we speak about, are they likely to happen soon? No. Not if we're depending on those individuals who bring it about. But can change happen? The answer is yes, it can.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are places where the countries we keep on mentioning here that we would like to emulate and be like, those guys are heavily taxed. They're heavily taxed. A place like Norway, I'm not sure of the taxation rate, but I understand it's quite high. Germany, the same. But then again, you're taxed like that, but education is sound. Healthcare is free for all, for both people at home, for both the citizens and the migrants.
Yes. You just need to be born and to be alive
in that country.
Health free, education free. Yani continuous until now. You tell me. When you have one example of how it can be done, you don't need two others.
Yes.
That one is sufficient. Yes.
My cousin is in Germany, and we usually have conversations. There's the time I actually wanted to pursue education there, and she told me, apply, my friend. Where you are to Kingiana, sao mambo ya school fees. You'll only pay a few preliminary fees here and there for maybe just getting yourself here. Then there's that period of time where you need to learn German before you get into the system. But I can be after that. Choose whichever course. My friend, it's free because she's gone through that particular system. Recently emceed an event here in Kenya. It was at Sarit Expo Center, also on matters education. It was a study in Europe expos. What is it called? The exhibition. And in that particular Nini, I met lots of universities. We're talking about Italian universities, German universities, and so on and so forth, French universities. And one fundamental question I was asking them was about fees. And they told me lots of, for foreigners, in countries like France, for foreigners, the scholarships, you can't even exhaust them. In Italy, the same. Spain, the same. Met people from countries I had even forgotten they exist on a map. Places like Malta. And we had conversations with them, and they told me, by the way, ukajua the number of Kenyans in our country. And they told me most of them are on scholarship because you guys are brilliant. And I was asking, how come these countries are so they've done so well for themselves, they've taken care of their citizens, they are not even inviting foreigners to come in on scholarship. And that really broke my heart, because when I remember that conversation again by Fanyamambo Kinodhia, thinking that we can actually have this here, it breaks my heart. Looking at the front page of the Daily Nation, looking at these students that have been mentioned here by name, we have Electa Awino, ameitwa Sinyolo Girls High School, haezi enda. Felix Kimani Kamau, Muranga High School, haezi enda. Frida Kabibi, Matuga Girls High School, she cannot attend. Stephen Ikahu Gaisha Gaishanjiru High School, Stephanie Wanjeri, Gandu Girls High School, Cheryl Akinyi, Kaimosi Girls High School, Quinton Mwangi, Nguviu Boys High School, Praise Mawea, Alliance Girls High School, Haezi Enda, Patrick Moirori, Moranga High School, and then Pamela Odhiambo, Lela Secondary School. And these are just a few of the ones that have been highlighted. Here I am looking at a future where we have engineers whose dreams have been quashed, perhaps if they do not get the opportunity. Doctors, people who would have treated us, probably even come up with cures for some of the problems that we are facing. Yet we keep on looking to the West and to Asia. We keep on looking to China for solutions. We keep on looking to India for solutions. And yes, they do have solutions, but it is because they took care of their education system. They are not suffering like we are. They might be suffering, yes, but not as much as we are. And we are losing opportunities for our future, for our kids, because these are the same folks. Utenda pale utawapata waki-strike wakishamaliza shule because the government can't hire interns. Teachers complaining because interns have not been hired, and so on and so forth. Clinical officers currently on strike because a signature, someone has refused to append a signature. And I just ask myself, why are we having a shambolic nation? Because that's what I will call it. You've called our parliament a mortuary where things go and die.
That one, the place of death. Ideas die there. All the aspirations of the nation dies there. It's buried there. Then the obituaries are loud noises every once in a while, all this. But to be fair,
yes,
we have sterling Kenyans in that house whose voices are dimmed because they're few. But they believe in what is right and they talk about it and they stand for it. Some even pay a price for being that way inclined. And we've always had such Kenyans. And that is the reason why, with adequate agitation, we're able to have a movement that gave us a new constitution, a movement that gave us all these changes that we're talking about. And then we relaxed and we forgot that changes must be protected. The moment you get the change, that's the time when you have to be even more vigilant. The issue that we keep talking about and we keep bringing up, many nations that are wealthy, over time, if you notice, when you're talking about assisting the poor, there are those, the US for instance, they have a system where they're called food stamps. You are able to get food through a system that enables you if you're financially handicapped. There are many Western countries that have a system where you can get assistance in terms of direct cash to assist you.
Yes.
The scholarships we speak of, some of them are either federally based or they are just government based. There are scholarships that you get within universities, and some of them have to do with endowments. People who are in those universities who have done well for themselves give money for specific things. Says me, I want to give one for subject of chemistry, and the money is this. Every year you can give 5 scholarships in this particular subject. And then the individuals who create trusts, they make the money and they figure, no, this is pesa ni mingi. Let me create this so that other people can actually benefit from it. We see it in this country as well. There's this group called Equity, we see them. There's another one called Safaricom, we see it. The banks do it. Cooperative Bank have something similar.
Yes.
KCB have a beautiful one that we see. It's not that we don't see them. What we have adversely referred to as black tax was one such system where people get together to help their relatives and people who need. The reason why this becomes a burden is that over time, those who purport to be political leaders, they themselves have never understood what it is that it takes to get their people to think in terms of growing their own economies. There are many parts of this country where it is understood that if one among you has done well economically, it is their job to uplift everybody. You'll kill that person. One person can't do that. But if many people who have a background similar, have a similar idea, and get their heads together, it can be done. From the time I was in university, undergraduate of course, people used to talk about creating small scholarships to help people back home. That idea has never left. It's always there. Even in people talk about it. In this area we need to do this. The need to help is always on our lips and it's on our minds. And yet, there is no part of this country that you can say is economically moribund, that it's so dead you can't produce anything. There's no part. But this is where the leadership comes in. A politician who is elected and assumes a leadership position where they look for ways in which whatever little the people in this particular county do can actually, one, help them feed themselves, so they do not need external help. And then it can grow into a business that, with a value add, that can help them now start earning money. Those ideas are few and far between. You remember the discussion we're having here with the Ambotieno, who was of the view that those huge markets being built all around the country. So I told him, no. They put the cart before the horse. My view is that this should be demand-driven. Whatever it is that you want to do needs to grow to the point where it needs a structure. You don't start with the structure. The reason why we build hospitals is because it's demand-driven. People get sick and they need care. So it makes sense to build a hospital. And if you look at the proliferation of hospitals across the country, it tells you literally all of them have people going to them. People need it. So when you build it, it makes sense. People already have marketplaces. One of the biggest problems with these aggregated sites that they talk of, God knows who tells them where to build them. People already know where they want to do their business. Then you come and tell them, move it here. Then you find a structure which is empty, has been built. It's there, but it serves no meaningful purpose. So why was it built in the first place? If you really wanted it to help the people, then it should have met their needs.
Yes.
Ungekuja
kwa watu waulize munataka aje.
Ikitu unafikiria ingefaa, and they will tell you why they want it here, and you agree. Then you would find it is completely full of people who are doing business in it. What am I saying? I am saying that nexus between understanding that you make laws as a politician, but it is also your job to uplift the welfare of your people economically. When we get it, and the focus is how to build that economy, the person who got close to that bit, Professor Kivuta Kibwana, did a wonderful thing. His was composite. Dhiritu Mureithi Laikipia. That man had a blueprint that made so much sense. When you think about it, a man who gets to a point where he has a system that can help finance the people who want to do business in his county, my friend, it doesn't get better. That guy, he been given a 10-year term. Man like Kipia would have been a powerhouse. No, seriously. But the unfortunate thing is we don't elect our leaders on the basis of how development-minded or how forward-minded they are. There are people like that. Now, we have this choice, and it's before us. Are we going to elect these same clowns we keep electing every electoral cycle, these entertainers, or are we actually going to elect people whose heads are screwed on tight and understand what needs to be done? Because they're there.
There's a road, now that we're speaking about counties, there's a road in Machakos County. It's near the neighborhood of my neighborhood. There's a place in Mlolongo. Iyo barabara city imekuwa mbaya. Now recently, they have tarmacked it. It's almost complete. Perhaps by next month it will be fully tarmacked. Like now it will be a whole 360. But so far, so good. If you look at that road
now,
I'm talking about the road users, especially the ones that have machines, boda riders, and now perhaps because it has been created, they're going to, of course, wataongeza sasa vitu kama tuk-tuk. Now my vehicle will be able to drive on that particular road without necessarily having to be hit at the bottom. So that means that kuna mtu, first of all, amesahau maneno ya kupeleka gari yake kwa mechanic every now and then. That means that they will save more on maintaining their vehicle. Boda riders now will be able to get to where they're going quicker, come back. So that means more passengers within a short period of time, as opposed to previous times. Fare imeteremka. Because of the road situation, they'll probably have charged you 100, 150 to get to your destination. But because now they can get there faster, that means the fare has come down. They'll probably now charge you 70, 80 bob. So that means more money in your pocket again. It also means that vehicles can go in there, such as mine. So that means if I'm visiting someone there, I can even visit them more often and even take shopping more often. So that means that even the local economy of that place has thrived. There's more accessibility
because
and so on and so forth.
Has been made.
It has been tarmacked. it means that even emergency services such as ambulances can get to their patients quicker and take them to the hospital faster. That means lives will have been saved faster, and more lives actually will have been saved.
When did they start building this road?
About maybe 3 years ago. 3 years ago, but it would have been done faster. It's because one time ilifika wakasema pesa imeisha, so it stayed for almost a year plus with no activity. But now it's back, and it's hopefully they said
completing it.
Yes, they said by February, end of Feb, it will be complete, and that's a good thing. That means that even people who couldn't access there can now access there, because perhaps they'll find even cheaper items there. Kama ni mboga huko itakuwa cheaper kuliko mali huko, so you can go and do your long-term shopping because of that accessibility. And that is the thing that I'm talking about in terms of, imagine multiplying that all over the country. Having airports that we've been asking for forever. We're in 2025. Surely we have smaller countries that have got more airports than this country of ours, that has been in existence and has been in independence longer than those particular countries. If we just take care of this wastage that we started by highlighting, imagine saving 4 trillion. Right now, the president would have built as many houses that he wants for Kenyans. Right now, SHA would have been on point. Hizi shida tunashindanga tukicomplain hazingekuwa. And many other things. Teachers would have been employed. Interns, more doctor interns would have been employed, and so on and so forth. Clinical officers would be getting their monies right now.
Unajua mali shida iko?
Iko wapi city?
Because the thinking when we have this discussion that the national government is the one who should pull up their socks. They should.
Yes.
But the county governments also have money. Wajua hii kitu, when you talk about a 360,
yes,
this is probably where we should start discussing it. What is my role, Mimi?
Yeah.
The need for people to understand that the government has a role, as do we. It is not solely Ruto hata jenga barabara zote, hawezi.
Ruto hata maybe hata juu barabara zote.
Si kazi yake hiyo.
Hiyo si kazi yake.
Yes. Each one of us, if we did our bit, then these things we're talking about could be done. Yes. See? But the mindset that it is, you kick the can down the road, somebody else ndio afanye. Abana. If the person who preceded you in that position started something which makes sense, for heaven's sake, continue it and finish it.
And guess what, City? We haven't even touched on just looking at the resources that we have not yet tapped into. Our solar power, our geothermal power, and our hydroelectric power. We haven't even begun to just tap into the resources we have.
And then if we push that discussion further and look at the mineral wealth we have.
Yes.
Remember, we've had this discussion about, look, let's just do an audit and talk about the mineral resource that this country has. We don't want this excitement, information of, gold has been found in Kakamega. Gold
it has always been there.
Please.
And perhaps it's elsewhere.
Look, those things, there's something called a vein, okay? You can tell. Migori has gold, okay? That region around it, ikona gold, okay? Kakamega ikona gold. Those are not the only minerals we have. We have coal, we have tin, we have iron ore. So, and we have oil. This story of being told, when this crude is a bit thick, story. Chief, whether it is sweet crude, the lighter, yes.
I know it's called sweet crude.
Yes, the lighter variety and what have you, or the thick one. All of it can be used. All of it has uses. Okay?
Actually, the American one is the sweet one because it's the lightest. And they trade it off, and that's why they're invading places like Venezuela.
Because Venezuela has the sort of oil we have.
Yes.
And now someone tells you, this one of ours doesn't really have that much value. You wonder, what are you talking about? Somebody's occupying someone's country for this thing which you're telling us we have, and ours, you're telling us it is not. How?
Yep.
So, the honest conversation about these things, as opposed to having a conversation that is twisted to benefit people and creating narrative that support that benefit at the exclusion of the rest of the citizenry, it doesn't start tomorrow. It has to start today. And it has to go beyond just a conversation like the one you and I are having.
Yeah. Yes. I want to read one from Engineer Midega. Ameandika engineer na Kiswahili. Engineer like INJ.
Ujue.
Engineer Midega amesema hivi, please don't say mtoto haezi enda. In 2024, I went to admit my daughter at Friends High School, Keveye National School. I met a young girl who came to report barefooted. and was assisted by Principal Mrs. Violet. First of all, Mrs. Violet of Friends High School, Keveye, salamu zikufikie. Someone has just highlighted how you helped them. And I am happy that, engineer, you took your child na akasaidika. But what we are saying here is that we shouldn't get to that point. We should be at a situation whereby ukienda shule, everything is sorted, including that uniform.
All these children come from places that have elected politicians and they have leaders within the village setting. This child's plight could have been highlighted.
Exactly.
To people who are in a position and who have the resources to have helped her.
Yes. So, as we say that mtoto ende shule then tutajua kesi baadaye, I agree with you, engineer, but I also say that we should not be in that situation in 2026. Hiyo nayo hapana, because that is the kind of mentality that is enabling those in leadership to say, don't worry, hawa Kenya wanajua kusurvive. Hawa waendelee kukula, sisi tuendelee kusurvive. No way. That one is a no-no.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Elders from Digodia community in Bangale and Tana North sub-counties, Tana River County, have surrendered 5 AK-47 automatic rifles with several rounds of ammunition to local security agencies. The guns with magazines containing 13 rounds of ammunition were offered to the Tana River County security team at Madogo Police Station. This as the government intensified operations to recover illegal gangs in the wrong hands.
Kwa muda wa siku hizo 18 hatujawahi sikia shida yoyote imetokea katika Tana River, na tunaamini itaendelea hivi, na hatuta nyamaza ama tulale ati kwa sababu imetulia. Hii maneno ya Tana River itakuwa akili zetu sisi, na hii komiti mnaona hapa, kila siku tutakuwa tunafikiria maneno ya Tana River, kwa sababu tutahakikisha kwamba usalama wa Tana River umerudi.
Agriculture CS Mutai Kagwe has urged leaders and residents of Mount Kenya region to abandon what he described as emotion-driven politics. He called on leaders instead to support stable, long-term leadership that delivers sustained development. Speaking during a church service at ACK St. Paul's Church in Kiriki, Othaya, Nyeri County, Kagwe cautioned that the region risks weakening its political influence.
Si watu wamesimama hapo wanasema vile walipigia Rais Ruto kura. Mimi sikumpigia. Si ukweli kusema. I didn't vote for him. But in his generosity, in his wisdom ya kuona ile dunia ilivyo, in his wisdom ya kujua hakuna Wakenya ambao haongozi na Wakenya ambao anaongoza, akashika Kenya nzima, whether you are from that party, whether you are from that party, whether you are ODM, whether you are nini, akalete wote, akasema tutengeneze Kenya.
President William Ruto has welcomed American streamer Aisha Speed as he officially begins his much-anticipated tour of Kenya. The globally followed content creator kicked off his visit with a surprise appearance at Upper Hill School before heading to other locations, including Mukuru Formal Settlement and Nairobi National Park. Ruto extended a warm reception to the streamer, encouraging the international personality to feel at home while in the country.
Jambo Aisha Speed, welcome to Kenya. Karibu Kenya. Kenya is not just another country. Kenya is a pulse, a feeling. Kenya is home. This is magical Kenya, the origin of wonder.
At least 203 people have died in violence surrounding the demonstrations in Iran, with fears the death toll could be far higher. The US-based human rights activist news agency, which relies on activists in Iran cross-checking information, provided the new death toll of 203. 162 are protesters and 41 are members of security forces, it said. The agency also acknowledged receiving claims of far more deaths that it was still assessing. As more as 3,280 others have been arrested. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Barcelona edged past Real Madrid in a 5-goal thriller to win back-to-back Spanish Super Cup finals in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. It marked a 16th triumph in the tournament for Hansi Flick's side, with Barca also beating Los Blancos in last year's final. Brazilian forward Rafinha's floated shot in the 73rd minute proved to be the winner after a frantic ending to the first half. Barcelona have now won 10 games in a row, last suffering defeat in November when they lost to Chelsea in the Champions League. Kenya's Angela Okutoi won the W35 Nairobi singles title, beating Martina Kolmenya 6-3, 3-6, 6-3, and also claimed the doubles crown with partner Zuzana Poliskoka. The match lasted over 2 hours and kept the home crowd on their feet at the Parkland Sports Club in Nairobi. This is Okutoi's second W35 singles title, a milestone she has worked hard to achieve after several attempts. Here is Okutoi.
It's really nice, and I'm always happy to come back at home and play around my home crowd, and I'm just grateful for them for showing up every day on a Saturday and during the whole week. So thank you for taking your time to come to support me.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. Siti Muga is in the studio with me. We have some 2 guests, but before I introduce them, Siti, there's a gentleman called Paul Kago, 43 years old, who decided to undertake a grueling 96-hour tree-hugging challenge, saying that the symbolic act is meant to urge Kenyans to shun political violence and uphold peaceful coexistence. Now, this fellow unfortunately collapsed a few hours into this challenge. One thing people need to understand is that even medics have come out and said that if you're going to attempt this particular feat of hugging trees for extended periods of time, please know that there's the danger of multiple organ failure. Because if you stay for that long, or if you stay for long periods of time without going for a toilet break, mwili inaanza kushut down. And of course, because the body is not cleaning itself through the kidneys and the liver and so on and so forth, your body builds up toxins, and those toxins actually go back to your organs. They go back to your heart, they go back to your lungs, they go back to your kidneys, they go back to your liver, they go even up to your brain. And shida inaanza kuingia. So if you're going to attempt any challenge, dear Kenyans, please just know that it is not something you just decide and go and do. Number one, people will prepare for such challenges, even in the West and other countries where they've attempted to do extended periods of time, whether it's walking, whether it's tree hugging, whether it's standing, whatever it is. But you have got to have toilet breaks. I'm not sure, but I heard somewhere that even the Guinness World Record, whatever, they allow 5 minutes of breaks to just go and after every maybe like 8 hours, uende ujisaidie alafu rudi uendelee kukumbatia mti wako, because there's no way you will go for that long without taking a toilet break. Those things, Bana, they can mess you up. All right, so that is Paul Kago, 43. Big shout out to him. Of course, he's trying to highlight political violence and peaceful coexistence, and we definitely take note of that. He's from Nanyuki. So at least people have decided to do this thing more often. So allow me to introduce.
There's something
yes.
Actually, you see, the point you make and why it's valid is this. When people see a need to highlight something they consider important for their nation, and they take on an action such as this one, because that is the focus now, the tree hugging.
Right.
Yes, it is yet another way of trying to bring to the light and to highlight an issue that they consider important. Because this has been noticed.
Yes.
It's something that was unusual, and so it will be talked about.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And whatever it is they were seeking to highlight will now be known, even if it wasn't known. Yes.
The fact that, and you remember there's someone else who collapsed just before they achieved there. They were looking to go for 80 hours. They did 79. I'm forgetting his name, but it happened last week. Even him, the reason why he collapsed is because of that thing of multiple organ failure, which was confirmed by the medical professionals who attended to him in hospital. So this is not something you just decide you wake up and do, and it can have detrimental repercussions.
It can.
It will, for sure. Yes, it will. Hi. We want to talk about the Constitution. Yes, this is as far as today is concerned. And in studio, we have two gentlemen. They are from the Free Kenya movement. The first guest is Bob Njagi. He's an activist and he's the chairman of Free Kenya movement. Bob, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you for having us here.
Yes.
It's a pleasure to be here on Radio Generation.
We have his colleague here, Peter Muli, as well. You told me you're the head of communication, yeah? Sure. Karibu tena sana, Free Kenya movement. Gentlemen, karibuni tena sana. Bob, we hosted one of your colleagues a few weeks back. Mulikuwa naye kule Uganda. Tukaweza kuongea naye sana na akatuambia mambo mengi that the Free Kenya movement is currently undertaking. So you obviously have taken stock of what is happening in the country politically, because your outfit is meant to highlight some of the things that are ongoing here politically. How would you rate the state of the nation as far as our political climate is concerned?
I think Kenya is a fairly open democracy. We have both the protagonists, the antagonists. We have the leftist, the rightist wings. And it is fair enough to say that the political space in Kenya is open, not very open, but fairly open.
Right.
We have seen attempts to draw back at the gains which we have made through the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution that gave us these fundamental rights and freedoms that we enjoy in Kenya more than the other countries in East Africa. However, those that maintain the tools of power have tried to oppress and repress the people through either what I can say is ignoring the Constitution as it is. We have seen the current regime going against court orders and actually going against the Constitution that they sought to protect.
Yes.
But by and large, we have also witnessed good rulings coming out of our judiciary. They seem to also be trying, but they are working in a very difficult environment. What we must give credit to is the 2010 Constitution, and that is why, as a movement, we believe that one of the ways of implementing this Constitution is by relooking at the Constitution, which already has been provided for under Article 257, which as a Free Kenya movement, we are exploring that avenue as a way for bridging the gaps in the society. We understand we have been very strong on Article 37, peaceful protest, but we have seen the results of this protest. It's a lot of mayhem, death, chaos. So that as much as we advance our interests through protest, we do not fundamentally change the systems and structures of governance. And to do that, then we are saying it's time for a people's dialogue.
Right.
Not a referendum that is powered by the state, as the one that we are seeing being introduced by Musalia Mudavadi, but we have an alternative, a people's referendum, which we are collecting 1 million signatures to advance some of the issues that we believe are at the center of interest to the people. For example, taxation. We are talking about the high cost of living. How can we address that through a referendum moment? We are looking at restructuring the state and system of governance to ensure that we have more effective and efficient use of our national resources. Right? How do we do that? As a movement, we have come to relook at Article 1 of the Constitution, ambayo inasema all sovereign power is vested in the people. It goes further to explain how this power can be exercised, either directly or indirectly. However, the framers of the Constitution, the 2010 Constitution, were very elaborate in coming up with structures and systems for indirect representation through parliament, through the assemblies, but they fell short of coming up with a structure for direct representation.
Okay.
So what we have done as a Free Kenya movement, we have come up with a structure called the People's Government, which is a form of direct representation that we want to enact through an amendment, through a popular initiative. That is one of the agendas.
Explain to me how this would look like.
Fundamentally, we have had a pilot case in Makueni County under Governor Kivutha Kibwana, where he initiated the People's Governments, and for the first time we saw the people participating directly in the governance issues of their county, whereby you have barazas, which are organized by the people from the village level, and that's where the MCA and the MP will go and sit and talk to the people and listen to issues that are emanating from the needs of the society. And through that, they formulate policy, which is then implemented at the county assembly and the national assembly. It is that simple. We put the issues of the people first. And so the needs come from the people and they're implemented by the state.
Yes.
At the moment, what we don't have a system where the people can participate directly in issues that are affecting them. So the MCA will come and do a public participation for one day.
Yes.
Call it a public participation. The next day you have a road that is being developed where you don't need a road.
What I understand from you is, and actually City has mentioned what you've just said here, we highlighted it in the previous hour, but what I understand from you is you want this put in the Constitution, that formula for direct.
We are actually enacting it as a fourth tier of governance. So of government. So we have the national government.
Yes.
We have the county government.
Right.
Then now we shall have the people's governments, whom are the oversighters of both the national and the county government.
So that's the
we are
third
making the
tier
people
of
now to oversight over their own resources. And that's how you end corruption in this country. There is no other way to fight corruption but to involve the people in the management of their own resources.
So what Governor Professor Kivutha did, he did it because he
foresaw a need for the people to be involved in the governance.
But what you wanted to do now is have it in the Constitution.
To enshrine it in the Constitution so that all the 47 counties will have a similar structure of the people's governments. And we have 10% allocated to these people's governments from the national kitty. 30% we are devolving it to the counties, and the rest, 60%, remains with the national government. So the 10% will facilitate the people's government's activities. For example, when you have the finance bill, before the bill is passed in parliament, it is taken to the people's governments and they vote. So it is a quantifiable, measurable public participation tool. Which you can say indeed in Kitengela, 3,000 people came, they aired this, they rejected this bill. So the member of parliament for that place, when he goes to parliament, he will go very confident to represent the wishes of his people, unlike what happens today. Yeah, so we have it is a revolutionary change of a system because we have a systemic failure. So even if we replace President X with President Y and you don't address the systemic failure,
they will repeat it.
It will still happen. That's why we keep demonstrating year in and year out. Yeah.
All right. Bob, I agree with you. In the earlier hour, we were talking about the changes that were brought about and which emanated in the enshrinement of the new constitution, and the fighting and the consistent call for change that brought it about, and then the sitting back which followed. Instead of being vigilant, to continue fighting. And what I'm saying is best demonstrated by two institutions that should have been with us to date. One, the Constitution, the Commission on the Implementation of the Constitution.
CIC.
CIC should have been given a mandate of something like 10 to 15 years. Meaning, you can't implement something as enormous as a Constitution in 5 years.
It was practically impossible.
It was virtually.
Yeah.
And then there was a unit that dealt with devolution specifically. Again, the two bodies that carried the instrument that would guarantee, because what they were going to do was breathe life. What Bob Njagi and his group have done, they've breathed life into the Constitution. You see, when you implement something as onerous as the Constitution, there are many things you will figure out, this doesn't quite work the way we thought. and we will need to change it. Now, that body would have been there to help steer us in the changing of it.
Correct.
We thought this was enough, but it isn't enough. We need to do this. But the moment they were not there, all these things were left to those fellows who are in the mortuary. Remember the answer I was referring to earlier? Yes. Parliament.
He's calling our parliament a mortuary.
Yes.
It's where all good ideas go to die. Yes, you see? Yeah. So, the things that could have been done were not done, and an advantage was taken off. If you look at these developed nations that we look up to and admire, their public participation is exactly the way Bob has described it. You want to change poles that provide light for the streets. Heck, you're having a public meeting.
Sure.
Poles.
Sure.
And it has to be documented. People who live on this road, house this and this and this, flood this and this what they said. Before that body, whether it is the municipality, cannot make a move.
Indeed, like in a country like Switzerland, they actually have up to 4 referendums in a year.
Yes, they do.
Whereby they will vote on any issue as a people.
They vote?
Yes. As issues like health issues to do with education, they will be subjected to the people.
Exactly.
Unlike here, when the policy is made by government and all of you have to toe the line, So we are having a systemic challenge. And our approach as a movement is to convince 1 million Kenyans to give us their signatures and their support so that we initiate this conversation about people's dialogue. The issue is not just about public participation. We have other wide-ranging issues, but that will now be canvassed in a people's dialogue where we are collecting signatures based on a general suggestion, but we shall formulate the bill itself once we have collected the signatures and we have a national convention that brings together the stakeholders from the civil society, religious organizations, political parties, members of different trade unions. They all have something to contribute towards this. What we are saying is that this is a referendum moment again that we are in, and if we do not fix the problems we are having now, we'll end up with a bigger problem in 2027.
Yes.
For instance, we're talking about electoral injustice. As a movement, we are proposing to introduce electronic voting in the next elections as a way of curbing
the 2027 elections?
Yes.
Okay.
It is possible for us to have an electronic voting system. Brazil has gone that direction, and since they went that direction, you will never hear of election petitions, because even the loser accepts that he has lost. But when we have a similar system and structure of electoral management as we have, then we are in for more post-election chaos. So how do we stop it? You cannot change fundamentally the structure of IBC because it's a constitutional it's a constitutional office that requires a referendum to either restructure the IBC or formulate new electoral laws. That is why we are saying alongside these other issues of sovereignty, there are other issues of devolution, electoral injustice, representation, inclusivity. We have a 7-point agenda as a movement. And as we go on, I think I'll be able to read through the 7 points.
So as you get those points in order, let me ask this to Peter. Peter, as the person in charge of communicating within your organization, does that also include communication to the public as far as the plannings and the ongoings of the organization are concerned?
Sure. It includes, as a movement, the things we are highlighting are critical things, things which are issues which a nation should come and speak together.
Yes.
The Bible word of God says, let's come and reason together. So it's that time for Kenyans to reason together.
Yeah.
Because we've tried delegated representation and it has not worked. We've delegated our sovereignty to the parliament, and a case study of 2024 finance bill, there was public participation. Actually, I've done law, LLB.
Okay.
And my dissertation paper was on public participation and what it entails under Article 10 of the Constitution. It is difficult. It's not clear, the threshold of public participation in our laws. When you remember in 2024, there was public participation in regard to finance bill. Then all over the nation, everyone was reject the finance bill.
Yes.
Everywhere. It cut across the nation, reject the finance bill. But when the members of parliament, the National Assembly, went to vote, they voted in regard.
Contrary to what the public had said. Yeah.
Now the issue comes here. The big question is, what's the threshold of public participation as enshrined in our laws? And remember, it's a basic principle of governance. Then the worst scenario is when, after the chaos in town, after killings, the president called a parliamentary group meeting the following day, and the MPs were seated behind him as he said it's nullified, and stood up and clapped. For real, I saw a picture of fools. Because the previous day, it's right to say that, because the previous day, those guys, we were there outside the parliament.
They had voted for it, yes.
They had voted for it. And now they are celebrating its annulment. So, who do we elect in Kenya? So these things, we need to reason as Kenyans and just agree that we don't have representatives. And so it's time for Kenyans to do it by ourselves. That's the reason we are bringing the popular initiative as a people's initiative, not through the parliamentary system. Because there's a process. You can use the parliamentary system under Article 257(2). But us, we decided to go the people's way because we no longer have representatives.
How difficult or easy do you think it would be to have this? Because at the end of the day, there's someone we will need to engage to have this enshrined in the Constitution. So how difficult or easy do you think it would be to have it, to have your way or the people's way?
You see, this thing is enshrined in the Constitution under Article 257. There's a procedure, there are timelines. That's the reason, actually, it's very possible to have a referendum before 2027 elections. Because there are timelines. You have this time to go, after you submit your signatures to ABC, you have 90 days for ABC to verify. After that, you have to draw a bill, present it to the parliament. Then there is procedure. And after our calculations, you've seen it. It's very possible, that we have a referendum before 2027 elections, and something like electoral reforms, which is part and it's a backbone of our referendum, should be addressed before 2027. Because Bob has not highlighted that there's no human who is neutral. We will never have an IBC chairperson who is neutral. And so if we rely on them on telling these words, we will never have a free and fair, credible election in Kenya. Because Peter, I'll always have my candidate. At heart, even if I'm the chair of IBC, and everyone, and that brings about compromise of elections. That's the reason we have to go electoral.
Actually, the Constitution provides that elections must be neutral, free and fair. Now, when you talk about neutrality, it is only a machine, a computer that can be neutral. None of us can afford to be neutral. We are either, you must have, even the chairman of the IBC will vote. As long as he's voting, it means he's not neutral. And the Constitution says the elections must be held with neutrality. So how do you achieve that essence of neutrality? It means that you must have an electronic voting. It is already provided for in the Constitution, actually.
If you interpret
the word neutral. Because neutrality means somebody who is not voting.
Someone who's not partisan.
Not participating.
I'm actually curious to find out.
All the IBC officials are voting. They are voters.
I'm actually curious to know, and I know I'll never know this, but I'm curious to know who Chebukati voted for. I'm curious to know who all the other commissioners, including the Cherargei for. I'm actually very curious to know who.
Cherargei is a senator for Nandi, chief.
Cherera, sorry. Thank you for the correction. But you get what I mean.
And that's why you saw the commission was divided into two, because they were not neutral. With neutrality, it means that you're neither on either side. You only stick with the results of the and the only way to guarantee that is going by electronic voting. So we are pushing Kenyans to adopt that. We have to keep changing. We are in a digital age as we speak. Why are we sending money on phones but we cannot vote electronically? It doesn't make sense. It means that those who are using this current system are okay with it because it serves their interests.
Just the other day we saw government websites having been hacked. So if we can hack a government actually multiple government websites, not just one, what makes you think that we cannot or rather someone cannot hack a voting system?
Beauty about electronic voting, even if you hack it and you change the results, it will always leave an electronic print. It will always show you have stolen by this number of votes. So it's the best way to go, because
in fact hacking it is the surest way
to
proving that election was tampered with.
And it has been tried in Brazil, it has been tried in India, it's been tried in Singapore. They've tried it in many countries. And
they vote electronically in Singapore.
Yes.
Hii Singapore moja tunataka
Hii moja tunataka kuenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the issue with elections can be solved and can be resolved. You know, the problem with Kenya is that we'll be told there is no money for that. Yet we see people going for handouts every time in State House. We see handouts everywhere. As in, we see misuse of funds. And the issue with hacking of systems, I think in Kenya, brokers have wasted everything because we go for expensive but poor.
Peter, let me ask you something.
Expensive and poor.
You want us to engage this same IBC that told us something that is in the Constitution has got no legal framework.
They do not have a monopoly on the interpretation of the Constitution.
It's very true. It's very true. Tuseme ukweli, lakini tuseme ukweli. They are the same folks who told us.
They do not have a monopoly on determining whether it is what they say is the only thing that pertains or should be followed.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because we want to engage them and have a referendum, right?
Yeah.
We engaged them and we asked them, we would like to recall MPs, and they told us something that is in the Constitution. They told us it has got no legal framework.
Yeah.
So, and because you're a lawyer, help me understand. When an independent body, a constitutional body such as IBC tells us that you guys, hii kitu mnataka kufanya hizi kufanyika.
What do we do? You see, the Constitution is a supreme law. Then there are acts of parliaments, which are guidelines on implementation. One thing about our parliament, it's full of selfish people. And that's the reason they never came up with a regulation or a legislation on a way to recall.
Yes.
Because they knew they will be cooking their own goose. That's the reason we have a legislation on how to recall MCS. But you won't see one for the members of the National Assembly. Because they always, they team up whenever they see anything attacking them. Be it in the opposition or the government side. You'll see MPs teaming up to defend CDF and GCDF, yet you all know it's unconstitutional. And there is a ruling from the Supreme Court that it's unconstitutional. But they will gang up against even the president. You'll see UDA MPs attacking the president if he tries to implement the ruling of the Supreme Court. So the thing with our National Assembly tunafaa kuwa na National Assembly yenye inafanya job.
Okay.
Let them do their work. If it's legislation, legislate. You're legislating for the people of Kenya. It's just delegated duty.
Do you know the really difficult task that Kenya Free Kenya movement has? Huh? You see, what you're doing represents something fundamental that was lost once we got the Constitution, and I've stated it earlier. You are reviving this understanding that people must know that participating in the process of how you're governed is not left to those you've elected. You must actively participate every single day. It's the only way these people you elect are checked and balanced.
Sure.
If you do not do that, they will do the silliest things, the things we see now. And even this will be fought. Because they like the position they have, and they want to be the ones who determine the way everything works. And yet, our Constitution starts very clearly by telling us who the boss is.
Sure.
And yet we, the boss, we've decided to now give that power to people who clearly misuse the power. And then we have let them continue misusing that power.
The question is, how do we take the power back? How do we take the power back? And it is only through a restructuring of that same system and state of governance. That's why we're saying we have now to go back to the fundamentals of the Constitution and say Article 1 gives power to the people. How can we actually create a structure through which you and I can exercise our sovereignty? How do we
actualize this thing?
Directly. And that we have taken about 8 years. We began this referendum in 2018. We didn't just start yesterday. We went to Chebukati in 2018. We realized at that time there was a finance bill in 2018. Remember when taxes were put on fuel, on petroleum products? We were rejecting it, the finance bill at that time. And when we realized the members of parliament could not stand for the people, then we decided then we have to use what the Constitution has provided, Article 257, to amend the Constitution ourselves and safeguard the people from this taxation.
Okay.
And as I was saying, the 7-point agenda, our primary agenda was one, taxation that was taxation reforms to abolish tax on 15 selected basic and essential items. We are including petrol, kerosene, diesel as a basic and essential item. And we are saying in Ethiopia, they are not taxing fuel. Yet Ethiopia's economy is growing in leaps and bounds, faster than Kenya's economy. Because they have realized that when you tax the basic element, which is an ingredient, the key ingredient of development is fuel. So remove the taxes from fuel, you spur the economy, from the manufacturers, the industries, the borders, the mamambogas. You allow more money to go to the people. So they have more spending power, more purchasing power. So you trigger the economy from the bottom, right? Vis-a-vis when you tax people heavily, you actually collect less taxes because people have less, the manufacturers will shrink, the economy will shrink, you'll have a repressed economy. So you eventually end up collecting less at the end of the day, and by the same token, depriving your people of the very little resources that they have worked very hard to earn. So we are saying that as a people, we need to legislate and say, government can tax any other things, but of these 15 things like unga, Article 43, government should provide food. Now, if you're not providing food, why are you taxing the same food? Why are you making it more expensive for people to access something like unga, sanitary towels, mafuta ya kupika? These are things that we are putting there principally to protect the people.
Okay.
And any other government that shall come thereafter will not be able to tax these items. We'll be looking for money from other
sources.
Items. Yeah. Number two, we are looking at taxation first. Then we have people's governments, which I've already talked about. We have electoral reforms, IBC. We are restructuring independent commissions such as IPOA, EACC, NCIC. All right. We are talking about strengthening devolution by increasing revenue share upwards and also increasing functions. Separation of the Treasury from the Ministry of Finance, very important. At the moment, it is the president who holds the purse for the country. That's why MPs have to go to him begging for development. For him to say, I'll give you a road, I'll give you a school, I'll give you a market. It should be the primary role of the parliament to allocate resources, to budget for the entire country. And once that is done, the MPs don't have to go and beg the president. So we have to separate first the Treasury from the Ministry of Finance.
So where will the Treasury be?
The Treasury will be an independent organization. It's like the way you have a control of budget.
Give me an example of the central bank.
Yeah.
The central bank is part of the ministry, but it is a separate entity.
Yeah.
It's actually an independent entity.
Correct.
Remember, this constitution created what you call independent commissions, independent bodies. It is for that reason. So that, yes, you're within government, but first of all, you have tenure. You cannot actually just be, once you're in that job, you can't be removed until or unless certain issues are brought against you. So if it's for 7 years, you have a 7-year period within which you'll function freely. And that is the reason why you have an auditor general who can do the things they do and say what they say. That's why you have a control of budget who can do what she does and say what she does, because there's that independence. Our courts have a similar tenure.
Yes. So we are
It's the thing which makes you see KNH is collapsing. There is no capitation, but we have state house money which is being used in excess. Reason because the boss is calling shots. If we had an independent treasury, it would allocate to the state house whatever is supposed, whatever is
budgeted for, it is allocated.
Yeah. And we would be having capitation for our children, would be having money for our health system. So without an independent treasury, we'll never visualize this and we'll never achieve it. Because it will be everyone for himself. The president is for himself, the health citizens, you are for yourself, so you have to wait for the leftovers. Actually, citizens of Kenya wait for leftovers after the ruling class has already sorted their issues.
There's a question I'd like to ask, because this thing bothers my mind. These individuals whom currently we've elected and the ones even before them, do you really think they actually understand what they need to do to benefit the people? I'm not asking whether they intend to. I'm asking, do you think they have the capacity? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, they do have, but they don't intend.
But capacity has to be demonstrated. If somebody continuously doesn't provide, I am not wrong to conclude they can't provide. or they don't have the ability to?
You see, where I say that, because they only switch sides. These people, when one is in, for instance, let me go with Rigathi Gachagua, when he was the DP. He used to wake up very early in the morning when Raila had demonstrations to demonstrate to the nation that Raila won't enter into the town and use police brutality against Raila Odinga. But now that he's outside the government, is the most crying when there is police brutality.
Wearing helmets.
Yes, wearing helmets.
Content creation.
So the opposition and the government as just a coin, a flip of a coin. The other side, it all depends with where you are. Look at, for instance, let me use another MP like Ndindi Nyoro. He was the frame of the finance bill 2024.
Correct.
What is he speaking right now? Because it's outside the government. So these people, they just serve their own interests.
Peter, my question is, you see, are we assuming that they can actually bring about change, or is it that from the very beginning they were never able to? You see, as I said, if somebody talks about wanting to help, because everyone talks about the citizenry. There is nobody who doesn't talk about the citizenry, but a plan such as the one you're talking about, none of them comes up with it. Something that you can look at and say, actually, this can work. If we do this and this, but they talk. How can that then demonstrate ability? In my opinion, it demonstrates the complete opposite. We have elected people who are not able to do the things we want them to do.
Sure.
It's not that they can, but they don't want to. No. Unfortunately, I have to be guided by what I consistently seeing them do. They're not able to. Because if they were able to, then we would see it, won't we?
Sure.
There's two ways. One, I agree with you. Many of them are not able to. For instance, you can look at how our electoral code of conduct is. Just recently in Better North, we had a candidate who has been named in serious issues of graft. So, do you expect that candidate, once elected, to go and fight corruption?
Of course not.
Of course not. So, we have to look at how we ourselves elect as a people, because we cannot put blame on the leaders. We also put blame on the electorate. It's the people who vote these people in. So we have to now do what we call civic education, political education. There's a lot of work out there which we're doing to educate the masses on how to not to vote. Like, for instance, right now we're running a campaign. Any leader who voted yes for the finance bill should not be given a second chance. Whether you're in the government or you're in opposition now.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. We're not looking at that. We're looking at the fruits of your labor, not the political party you're in, because that's how they are confusing people. Today they are in government, and when they realize things are hot, they switch. So the forests are changing, but the monkeys remain to be the same. So this time round, we want to deal with a new forest, and a new monkeys.
But Bob, consider for a single second.
Yes.
The example you've given of Mbeere North and the processes that we saw. I am looking at that process and what you're talking about with regards to educating the citizenry about good governance and their rights. Ideally, the person you elect should actually have that role. What you're doing, in my opinion, is right in this sense. Those who the Constitution actually gave the power are doing what they should have been doing from the very beginning. Because our problem has been you leave it in the hands of people who demonstrate with every electoral cycle they're actually never going to do what they say they're going to do. And yet we elect them. And yet they come from among us. So if they can't do what we need to get done, what you're now doing, well, why don't we just go about getting it done ourselves? Because our Constitution allows us to do so. We can actually do so. We can actually start these initiatives. BBI, one of the faults that was found with it when it went to the court was that it was not initiated by
the people.
As precisely.
By the people. And that's now what we're doing. We're telling Kenyans we have a people-driven referendum. And it is not something we've just fathomed out of nowhere. We have walked through this journey with the civil society, with the human rights, with religious organizations. We have put our case across county governments. We have done benchmarking in Makueni for what we are proposing. I think it's time that now this year before March, our target is to secure the 1 million signatures before this March, in 2 months' time. And that's why we are here to talk to the public.
Do you have the formal sign?
Yes, it's even online.
Oh, it's online.
Just check your phone right now. www.freekenya.co.ke. So you can just put your details and you sign online. So that way we can make it viral.
Yeah.
And within a very short time we'll collect the signatures.
So now, Bob, I have another question. Yeah, and I like to think me. I was even telling City in the morning. Hata nifikirie kama mwananchi wa kawaida.
Yeah.
So that I can understand this and for the sake of also the listener. So if indeed this happens to go through and now we have it, it's now part of our laws, constitution, whatever. Places where we have nomadic communities, how will they be, convened and, have that particular seating, that people's government, and get to participate, in directly exercising their sovereignty? That's number one. And then number two, how often would that happen if indeed it was to be a reality? A place like, let's say, Kitui County, where I come from, tutakuwa tunapatana wapi? Tutakuwa tunapatana kwa kanisa, mosque, ama ni wapi tutakuwa tunapatana so we can engage these leaders?
Wewe unaishi town.
Bwana nimeuliza.
Ungeuliza watu wa Kitui, they will tell you exactly how they meet, but anyway, Bob, please.
Ndio maana nimeanza na nomads, nikaenda ushago kwetu. Kwa mfano yani,
in every locality in Kenya there is a village. Our structures begin from the village. For instance, in Makueni County, it's a vast county. You cannot say Makueni is in urban center. It's in the rural. But what they were doing is that in every village, they have a center where is like a social center. We have social centers that are established. And remember, we have a 10% fund we are proposing to put aside for this.
Okay.
So these monies will be going to now the acquisition of spaces where people can be meeting regularly, at least once in a month.
Okay.
You have a baraza. But for areas whereby there are nomadic lifestyle, like in the ASL areas in Kajiado, in Northeastern, they still have their way of convening even as of today. Because this is a people's government. For instance, in Wajir, you'll find that in a certain clan, they normally do come together. That coming together becomes their baraza. So it is up to the people to decide this is the center we shall be meeting, as long as it is gazetted or made official. All right? And minutes are taken. There's a representative. The people themselves come together and they have somebody who is like a speaker within that parliament of the people. Just the way Bunge la Mwananchi does its activities. You see, they normally come like to Jivanji. They congregate, they discuss issues affecting them. And they have a way of now documenting what their issues are. And then these issues are forwarded upwards to the next level for implementation. In the people's governments, we had structured it from the village level, ward level, the constituency level, and the county level, where we have people congregating at these stages, so that the needs of every village, for example, if you have 5 villages in your ward, this village is having a people's assembly, the other village is having a people's assembly. These guys say we want a road, the next village say they want a road. So as they go to implement, they will see, we need a road in these 2 villages, why don't we connect the 2?
Yes.
So the needs will come from the people.
Okay.
And that kind of administration will see to it that there is zero corruption. For instance, when there is a road being done in your village, in that people's government, before the contractor, once they have passed, because there's a people who say they want a road. Now, when the road is being done, the contractor is introduced to the people's government.
Yes.
And the people's governments are given a BQ, that this person is being paid 3 million to do this road for 2 kilometers, and this is the standard. So before there is money paid to this contractor, the people's governments must approve that that road indeed has been done, and they must sign so that money can be released by the county government. So that way now, the people are oversighting over their own resources. They have come up with the needs, and they are also oversighting over the implementation of that project.
Right.
And that's how Makueni government was able to rise amongst others.
Yes.
Because the people were now looking at how their money is being spent.
Are they still doing it under Governor Mutula Jr.?
Not as good as it was with Kivuda.
Okay.
And that's why we are saying we need to enshrine it in the constitution so that every governor who comes in has to
continues the good work.
With that.
Okay. I absolutely love it. And the way you've explained it to me now, you see, I'm understanding. And it even gets me more excited, and I'm hoping that the audience also has a similar effect. Now, if You may say by March, end
by
of March.
Yes, hopefully.
We have all this. It's 1 million signatures. That is exactly what is needed.
We are targeting actually 3 million.
Yeah.
Because we know that out of the million, there definitely be some that are not good signatures.
Very fair.
So we have to target for
yeah.
You know, the real task here, Bob,
yes,
is getting people to understand just how powerful the direct participation is.
Yeah.
Because our history has always given us the understanding that you elect and then you sit back and let that person do what is intended to be done. And they are proven over and over that a small fraction of people try to do that, the vast majority do not.
Yeah.
But to understand how the Constitution is effective and how it is different, in the absence of this new Constitution, there would have been no way to impeach a governor.
Sure.
Forget any shenanigans you may speak of, but you can actually remove a high-ranking official of government.
Yeah.
We even tested it further and removed the deputy president. So it's not that, for whatever reason this was done, what has been demonstrated is that the Constitution, when put to use, can actually work.
It can work.
Okay.
Yeah.
This town hall thing, by the way, I've actually seen it work elsewhere in the US. Yeah. Where the local representatives wenye tunaitanga kanjo huko rather hapa huko my MCA sasa they come to the folks.
Yes.
And they talk about things. We actually sat down with one here a couple of weeks ago. She's called Hilda, I think it is. Hilda Halsey. She's actually a Kisi in which state was it?
Umesikia Mkenya ameanza wapi?
No. No, but anyway, the point is Momanyi, Hilda Momanyi. I don't know if you guys know her.
Yani ameenda okay. Kumbe ni Mkisi sasa.
Sasa
Mkenya endelea tafadhali. Yes.
So she told us, she gave us the inner workings of how they do it there. And I was actually very impressed. She said there you just don't come up with your own laws. You don't come up with your own ideas and then you implement and then, put up a big kibao there and say this one was done by Bob Njagi, MCA for this area.
No, really.
There you go to the peeps tell you, look, we need this road. And it's actually done.
Yeah.
And I that's how those guys are.
But that country has demonstrated that the citizenry actually understand something fundamental called rights. They do. They, and that's why they can challenge. Now, the leaders who come from the people also know the people know.
Right.
And you will be challenged. This lady who was shot the other day when they were protesting against ICE in Minnesota, it is a very big issue now.
Sure.
Now, that is a demonstration of the public awareness of their rights and what constitutes wrong. They are up in arms because they say they were there and they're saying no, this is wrong. Now the pressure is in the police department, the pressure is with the governor.
Yeah.
Unlike in Kenya, where they kill a young man, Albert Ojwang here.
Yes.
And the guy who oversaw that is still being promoted and made into a national hero.
One doesn't even hear the outcome of any inquest.
Yeah.
The issues pertaining to the alleged involvement of this fellow, heavy, and we don't even hear the end of it. And yet the person is dead, yes.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate.
So let's I'm praying for you. Before you leave, we'll say that website again.
Yeah.
Bob, I know you're also running for president. Are you still running for president, by the way?
Correct.
Yeah?
Yes.
Have you started your campaigns officially?
We have thought first to put the interest of Kenyans first. And I'm not really going out there to campaign first, but we are seeking first to change, to do something for Kenyans. Then once Kenyans see what we can do, then thereafter we can come back and say, even after this review of the Constitution, we are able to implement it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but first things first, we are focused on the referendum. 2027 politics is coming up. You know very well we are an alternative government in the making. As a Free Kenya movement, we are organizing ourselves for a generational and ideological transfer of power from what we're calling the political elite to the new generation of leaders. Not just in Kenya, it's happening across the continent. You can see in Uganda, on the 15th of December, we are hoping that our comrade Bobby Wine We know, we have seen the latest polls that are the people's polls. He's way ahead of Museveni in the latest polls, which we are going to release tomorrow. We're releasing those results tomorrow. I would also like to tell you at this point that I have personally, together with Nicholas Oyo, gone ahead to sue the Ugandan government at the East African Court of Justice. We filed a petition yesterday, and the petition is number 1 of 2026 because we want to hold these people accountable for the gross violations of human rights. But when we talk about this country, Kenya, we believe that the current crop of leaders that we are having, both in government and in the so-called united opposition, I call it artificial opposition, they are the birds of a feather, you know. They have all been in the same governments and past governments together. We don't expect anything new coming from them, all right? So what we do, we organize ourselves to form an alternative so that by 2027, we shall be presenting Kenyans with an option, a better option, and with very clear plans on how we can transform this country, move it forward. Yeah.
In terms of political party, because when I spoke to Oyo, he told me that Free Kenya Movement is not a party.
Yes.
Or is it a party now?
We are partyless.
Okay.
We are independent. Partyless means independent.
Yes.
I'll be vying as an independent candidate, and we are organizing to form a coalition of independents. We'll have 47 governors, independent, senators, MCAs, 1,500 independent,
MPs
and members of parliament, and we are coming up together, similar fashion as a coalition or as a party, but as independents, fighting to free space, the political space in Kenya. Look at the reason we are going for independent is that political parties have majorly been captured by the state. Most of them, both those that are in government and those that you're calling opposition, they will never come up with policies that can really transform and bring power to the people. These are actually enablers of state capture, some of these political parties, because they collude and they conspire against the same people they purport to represent. So what we're saying, let's elect leaders as individuals whom can be held accountable by the people, not leaders who will be responsible to, who will be acting at the interest of political parties, like we have seen in the finance bill. If we have 100 MPs independent in parliament, trust you me, we'll have a different setup of a parliament, because to mobilize them to vote for government will not be easy. But when your MPs are in a political party, the party leader just needs to talk to the other party leader for them to conspire.
Yes.
So two people can run and change the business of the house, because these guys are subject to these people.
Yes.
So what we're saying, let's cut them off.
Bob, are we saying there are no political parties that think the way your Free Kenya Movement thinks?
You see, they are, but they're very few. And what happens is that...
Are they allowed to join this coalition of yours?
Yes, we're actually working with some political parties.
Okay.
For instance, Ukweli Party, with Kina Boniface Mwangi. We have Okiya Mtata with the NRA, National Resistance Alliance. We have the CPMK, Buka Ngesa. We have Jimmy Wanjigi. Safina also has been an affiliate. So yes, we are forming partnerships with the right progressive political parties. That's those that we have seen over years. They are serving the interest of the people.
But Bob, we've also seen independent politicians, or rather who are already, whether it's in Senate or in Parliament, wanaegemea upande huo because they come from a specific ethnic community, and because this ethnic community is with the president, for example, or this ethnic community is with Gachagua, they wanaegemea upande huo, regardless of the independent state.
You see, the independence candidature was birthed with this new constitution in 2010. So most of the candidates will actually go to political parties' nominations. Once they lose out, they end up as an independent. Unlike us, who are choosing to be independents from the onset as an ideology. So what we are doing is civic education again. We are recruiting independent leaders into our movement, and as we are having them in, then we give them that education on why it is okay to be independent.
Bob, you have a minute.
Yes.
None of the political, well, not none, the vast majority of the political players do not have a plan or a structure that will overhaul the political economy of the country for the benefit of the citizenry. How will you address this?
Power of the people. People power.
We're going to have to bring you back again so that we discuss this one, because so long as we are poor, there are very many things that we seek to change that we will have difficulties changing, and people must see what it is that will change their life for them to understand the change that you're talking about.
Sure.
If that change doesn't include their lives changing for the better, they will not accept that change.
They will not,
It's called the big people's syndrome, big man syndrome.
Yes,
you know, whereby in Kenya, when you see your area MP, everyone wants to run to them. They want to go beg them. And that's the thing which has been brought about by this CDF thing, whereby poor mothers there, they have to worship their members of parliament to have bursaries. Instead of having this money, it's a lot of money. The kitties for bursaries are many. The president has bursary.
I personally support that CDF, but we'll bring you back again here.
Yes.
We'll have 2 hours tuongee kitu vizuri ili wananchi waelewe, because this is a very logical thing that can easily be explained, and probably 1 hour doesn't quite do the trick.
Sure.
But hii ni kionjo, tunawalika hata wiki ijayo ije tuongee vizuri kitu, tuilainishe, tuipange ili eleweke ni nini tunasema.
Sure.
Yes. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much.
Can I please give the signature?
Yes, for sure.
To the listeners, I'd like to urge you to support us by giving us your signatures, and all you can do is go to the link www.freekenya.co.ke, open the link and sign the referendum. You can also be part of this movement by supporting us through our M-Pesa pay bill 663-670. The account name is your name. You can send as little as 10 shillings to as much as you can, so that we can be able to reach out all the 47 counties as we go out there to collect the signatures. Remember, this change is between me and you, and we have to be the ones to power that change.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Peter Muli, and of course Bob Njagi. And like Siti has said, kindly njooni tena tuendelee kuongea.
Asante sana.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Uasin Gishu County have arrested 3 suspected members of violent criminal gang and recovered AK-47 rifle loaded with 10 rounds of ammunition. According to a police report dated January 11th, 2026, the firearm was found hidden in a thicket within the homestead of one of the suspects, Titus Wanaina Njoroge. The suspects Njoroge, Jeremiah Njuguna Kinyanjui aka Chikude, and Patrick Kunuthia Mwangi are believed to be part of a ruthless gang that has been terrorizing residents through armed robberies and other violent crimes across the county. Business owners in South Sea, Nairobi, say they are facing losses of up to 70 million Kenya shillings following the collapse of a building earlier this month. Speaking to journalists during a cleanup operation at the affected marketplace, the business community led by Chairman Dr. Rashid Ali Omar appealed to the government to assist all families impacted by the disaster. They also refuted claims suggesting that 85% of Nairobi's buildings are unsafe for occupation.
Roads have been closed in this section of the city for the past 7 days. Businesses have suffered great losses. This is South Sea Shopping Center. It's a key shopping center for the community that lives and resides in South Sea. But we're happy to report today that majority of the debris has been cleared, the roads have opened, business and life has resumed to normalcy.
We immense losses, be it through theft, business closure, and the blocked roads. We stand together as we look.
3 suspected livestock thieves were lynched Houses burned and lorries set ablaze by angry residents in Nyakwai village in Bureti constituency, Kericho County. Residents say the suspected thieves were cornered while ferrying stolen cattle.
Last week tulikuwa tunaomba sana hao watu waweze kupatikana. Tuweze kuonyesha wengine hii tabia ambayo wameanza katika area yetu hatufai. Na ninawashukuru sana vijana wetu, machensis, mnafanya kazi ya maana. Hii ni kazi ya maana sana.
Miezi 2 ambayo zimepita tumepoteza ng'ombe karibu 100. Na tunasema ya kwamba serikali kama hamtaingia au kama hamtashika hao watu, tunatumia sheria mikononi mwetu.
President William Ruto returned to the Mount Kenya region to woo the residents, saying his political relationship with the vote-rich region cannot be destroyed by mere propaganda from his opponents. While attending a church service in Othaya constituency in Nyeri County, the president said the region will judge him on the ballot based on what he will have delivered for them by 2027.
Kuna watu wengine wanaota ndoto ya mchana. Ati wanafikiria ati watalete makelele, walete fitina, wafanye vitimbi, ati mimi nikosani na watu wa Nyeri. Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Hiyo haiwezekani. Sasa hawa watu nitamalizana na wao asubuhi na mapema. Na mtu asiwaletee story. Mimi niko tayari kuja kueleza na nyinyi wananchi mtasahihisha kazi yangu. Sindio? Simutakuja kusahihisha kazi yangu.
Malaysia and Indonesia have blocked access to Elon Musk's artificial intelligence chatbot Grok over its ability to produce sexually explicit deepfakes. Grok, a tool of Musk's X platform, allows users to generate images. In recent weeks, however, it has been used to edit images of real people to show them in revealing outfits. The Southeast Asian countries said Grok could be used to produce pornography and non-consensual images involving women and children. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock right here on the People's Breakfast. Radio Generation on 88.8 FM Nairobi. Mombasa, it's at 90.7 FM. Garissa, it's 89.5 FM. And by the way, before the end of this year, a couple of more places shall have this frequency. So in case you're in an area and you're like, guys, we need this frequency, tuambie ndio niambie mdosi, prioritize that specific area. But if meanwhile, you can still enjoy us on www.radiogeneration.co.ke, where you'll get all the trending stories, get to see all the shows from morning till evening uninterrupted, and you'll get to listen to them. So you don't have to watch it. Kama uko na ile simu yenye inakataa kuonesha vitu, pia unaweza kusikiza. You can also find us on YouTube at Radio Generation Kenya, on X as well. We're currently live, so if you're following us on X, tafadhali let us know. Give us a ping, yeah? And on Facebook as well, we are live. This particular hour, we want to have a conversation with the Executive Director, Future of Kenya Foundation, and he is a gubernatorial aspirant for Nairobi County. It's his second time at Radio Generation, and we are glad to be hosting him. Cyprian Nyamwamu, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Nashukuru sana, nashukuru. Happy New Year.
Yes.
Mbuvi, hata city sijamwona mwaka huu.
Watu wengi. Hata mimi sijaona shosho yangu mwaka huu, lakini tunaongea kwa simu. Cyprian.
Ndio.
Welcome.
Asante, thank you very much, Mbuvi.
In the morning, we're just taking a look at the papers. I don't know if you've had the chance to do that. There is a situation happening with our education in schools. We understand some students will be unable to join because of matters to do with finance.
Yeah.
Obviously a situation whereby we shouldn't be facing. I have always been telling City, actually for the last couple of days, nimekuwa nikisema if there's one thing this government needs, and not just this government, any government needs to get right, is our education and our health. Those two. Mambo mengine baadaye. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Education, actually healthcare first, then education, because these are the two things that touch every single family, household in this country. We have about 13 million households in Kenya. And we are saying that there is no household that is not affected with the issue of healthcare and education.
Yes.
And the way education management has been going in this country for the last 10, 15 years has just been wrong. Because when we come to education, there are about 7 things we look at. And this government has basically gotten it wrong practically on all the 7 issues. And that is why the effect is now happening. The first KCPE was conducted in 1985. Last year, 2025, was 40 years, exactly 40 years. And that is when the first grade 9 was conducted. So you see, it is actually, it was planned to meet the 40-year cycle. And the CBC, as it was called, was very poorly thought about. And we knew that it was going to cause serious effects on every household in this country. And I am speaking about education policy matters.
Yes.
So what has now happened with the grade 10, those who are going to senior school, senior secondary school, is that we are only talking about the things we can see, that children cannot be able to raise money, their families, and a lot of them are even confused about which school to go to. Because this is the first time we are told this is the school for STEM, this is the school for this other one, sports and humanities. It is very mixed up. But the educationists are actually telling us that the problem is not acute right now. After a few years, once they do their grade 12, is when children will realize that they are actually stuck in life. The beauty with the 844 system was that after you cleared, you had an opportunity to select what to do when you are at an age when you can be able to make that decision. So it was a platform that used to give children an opportunity to select career at the university or college level. This idea of pushing grade 9s, these are practically 14-year-olds.
Yes.
These are 14-year-olds who are being asked, that's when I joined Form 1.
Yes.
And I'm being told in Form 1 to make a decision about what I want to do. This is cruel. CT here made a decision of which career to choose after Form 6.
Yes.
And after Form 6, these are 19-year-olds.
19 onwards.
19 onwards.
Kuna watu walikuwa 25.
Yeah, those days, people used to marry before they do Form 4.
Yes, na pia yes.
No, I'm serious.
Okay.
When I went to Homobay school, there were Form 6. These were people.
Ulisoma Homobay?
Homobay school, yes.
Me, I had people. Me nilikuwa Homobay.
Yes, I'm aware.
Mass house.
Yes, mass. I was the mass captain. So, I'm saying that you cannot ask a 14-year-old to make a decision.
A life-changing decision.
A life-changing decision. So, like my daughter is telling me that she thinks she wants to do psychology.
Wow.
And she's only 13. And I'm saying,
Are you sure?
Why? it is very cruel. Okay. So the 7 things that we are talking about education and where we have failed, do not just talk about education financing. It is about quality. It's about equity. It's about access. It's about transition. So there are about 7 issues of policy and education. And the country is now grappling with just one, which is financing. We are not talking about transitioning. We are not talking about relevance. We are not talking about sustainability, equity. There is a child they're out there in West Pokot, out there in Turkana, out there in Wajir, who has never used any of these things, but you want her or him to choose whether she's going to do STEM or social sciences or sports and humanities. And yet these people are making these decisions, including our Minister for Education.
Yes.
Their children are not in the CBC system. These principal secretaries, their children are not in the CBC system. And the Kenyans are allowing these people to destroy the lives of our children, yet these people are not affected by the policy decisions they are making.
All right.
It is really a crisis, a very deep crisis. It is very sad. And actually this administration, the Ruto administration, campaigned on the platform that they were going to reverse the CBC.
Yes, yes, they did.
But they don't keep their word. That's the only thing that Ruto will do for sure. He will not keep his word.
His former deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, recently on this matters to do with education by day, he said watu wasome kwao. So Wakamba tusome kwa Wakamba, Wakikuyu wasome kwao, and so on and so forth.
Is that what he said really?
I'm just paraphrasing for sure.
You're not paraphrasing. Umeweka chumvi,
sema venye alisema
Siti. Karipoda.
Okay? Siti sema venye alisema.
No, that is your interpretation. He spoke about people coming to their schools. And what the media highlighted was Alliance and Mangu.
Which are in Kiambu.
Yes. Mangu, yes, they're in Kiambu.
They're in Kiambu?
In Kiambu. The alumni, there is a schoolie, at least I saw the Mangu one, came out and spoke. Alliance, Sikuona. The point I'm trying to make is this. What you're saying was the interpretation that most people had. And he is not the first person to come up with this. There is an MP who comes from Thika who was involved in an altercation where somebody got shot. The issue of we are the ones who pay for these things and the other people come from elsewhere. I couldn't understand what he meant, because anybody who works in any part of the county is an equal taxpayer to everybody else who works in that county. So how he worked out this arithmetic that other people pay more than other people who actually work in that county, I didn't understand. The interpretation that you have is shared by very many people. Yes.
City, what did they say? What did Gachagua say? You see, I wrote about it on my social media handles, that we are actually gaslighting people, the victims of the system. That's what I wrote. We are pushing an ethnic narrative which is there to gloss over so that we can be able to gaslight the victims of the system. What system am I talking about? And that's what I wrote about. This country is, we inherited what we call the railway line state and the railway line economy. The railway line ran from Mombasa to Kisumu.
Yes.
And once it got to Nairobi, it branched off to Nanyuki. And once you go down to Nakuru, it branched off to Eldoret. That is how the colonial state was constructed. And we inherited it from the colonial administration. Now, everything in this country was constructed on the railway line.
Yes.
And I want to talk about 3 things. All national schools were built on the railway line. Shimolatewa, Mangu is 30 kilometers off the railway line. Alliance is there. You go all the way to Maseno.
Yes.
All national schools were built on the railway line. All provincial hospitals. Provincial Hospital Mombasa, Coast General, Kenyatta National Hospital, Russia, MTRH out there in Eldoret. You are talking about Nakuru, the Rift Valley General Hospital. All the provincial hospitals were built on the railway line.
Not all.
Then we got all military barracks built on the railway line. The Navy headquarters is out there. The Army and the Air Force headquarters are here. And then you go to Eldoret.
Answer na Nanyuki kwanza.
Nanyuki Air Force, then Lanet, then you are talking about the base in Eldoret.
Gilgil
Ukielekea. Then the only one which is 30 kilometers away is 12 engineers in Thika.
Okay.
The whole of the colonial construct of the state is railway line. And that is why the sessional paper number 10 of 1965 on African socialism,
yes,
and its application to planning,
yes,
endorsed the railway line state and the railway line economy. So when you say that Northeastern MPs have been given CDF and they have not built national school, you are a fool. You are demonstrating that this is Gachagua included. Gachagua is ignoring the fact that the missionaries who built Mangu, who built Alliance, built it on the colonial railway line state.
Who built Maseno?
Who built Maseno, the Anglicans?
Endelea tu tukizitaja, yes.
Yes. So, you see, when Gachagua, who did political science at the University of Nairobi like myself, demonstrates this ignorance, that he does not know how Kiambu is the home to these national schools. Nairobi school is in Nairobi. Lenana is on the left. You see what we are talking about? All Moi Forces Academy. Everything is on the railway line. Now Gachagua is looking very surprised that how come these national schools are in Kiambu and the foreigners are coming from Northeastern and they are coming to learn in our schools. When they are not building schools in their home. Is it Kikuyus who built those national schools? Is it Luos who built Maseno? This foolishness must stop. We are all for Ruto must go, but we must not allow foolishness to be the foundation of the campaign of Ruto must go. That's what we are saying. These ethnic narratives, ethnic mobilization, which we think is how to take Kenya to the next level, must be disabused. You see Gachagua standing there in a church and saying that Kikuyus now are the ones who have to produce the governor for Nairobi. Even Kalonzo has accepted. And all these kinds of things. Ruto must go is a constant. But we cannot now mobilize and make ethnic mobilization our agenda of Ruto must go. That's not how you build countries. And that is how we are not going to address any of our national problems, be it education, be it healthcare. Because everything you touch, then people give it an ethnic angle. Okay? We can't build a country based on those kinds of things. And if nobody else is going to speak about it, I am going to play that role.
Yeah.
We cannot build a country based on ethnic slurs, ethnic narratives, ethnic mobilization, and ethnic foolishness. Yes, we must explain how come there is this widespread inequality in terms of education facilities, in terms of roads and infrastructure, in terms of opportunities, so that when you start talking about CDF, how many kilometers of roads did Uhuru build in central Kenya? And how many did he build in northeastern province? So we have to go to the record of Kibaki. We have to go to the record of Uhuru Kenyatta. We have to go to the record of Ruto. We have to go to the record of Kenyatta Jomo himself and ask how many kilometers of road were built in those places
because of their presidency.
Because of their presidency, and how many national schools did they build there? Yeah, so we cannot start to gaslight people so that we do not account for the disparities, the favoritism, the policy of ethnic favoritism that has been going on for the last 63 years.
Is it possible that indeed the people that have got the most power, I'm talking about the presidents and the ministers, is it possible that they have done more, development in their areas as opposed to the rest of the country?
Don't ask the question if it is possible. The research question you should be asking, how much more have people done? Even our Minister for Energy is called Wandai. Wandai has been on television many times saying how Luo Nyanza is going to get more electricity under his administration.
Okay.
Gachagua himself, when he was deputy president, I think there's a school he was in for high school, City may remember it. He went there with the Machogu, when Machogu was the Minister for Education.
Yes.
And is it called Kirinyaga? It is Kianyaga boys or something like that.
Yes, Kianyaga is in Kirinyaga.
Is in Kirinyaga.
Yes.
That's where Gachagua went for his high school. They went there with 280 million shillings. That is Mr. Gachagua taking the Minister of Education to give ministry money to the school where he went to. And that is what ministers have been doing. You are appointed, so you must start from your home area. Okay? So if you are a Minister for Health, like this one we have now called Aden Duale, the hospitals in Northeastern Province on paper,
right?
And I don't know whether CT has finally accessed that list of hospitals that, because the website was brought down. The SHA list.
Okay.
The hospitals in Northeastern Province increased from 140 to 710.
That is 5 times the number.
That is 5 times the increase. 500% increase within a year. And when we said, can we audit, because we have the capacity to audit, can we audit so that we can be able to ascertain that these hospitals exist in Northeastern Province? There were none. So the website had to be brought down.
These extra hospitals, apart from the 140 legitimate ones, the other 560 didn't exist. Actually, 570.
They don't exist. I have challenged us CS Aden Duale.
Yes.
So you see, when he went to Parliament, we are talking about the ethnic mobilization. That a minister is given a docket that is national, healthcare, for example, then he uses that ministry to siphon billions of taxpayers' money to imagined development in his area, when actually this is money that is being stolen. And then the Minister of Education does similar things in his area. Then the Minister for Energy says that he's developing Nyanza fast for electricity.
Right.
Luo Nyanza. Actually, it is actually Luo Nyanza. And then another minister does this. Then where the president comes from, every minister has to do more things there. Then the president goes and asks, why didn't Kalonzo build the road near him, near his home?
To Sekuru.
Do you see that mindset? It's that mindset from the Moi days that actually from the Kenyatta days, let's be factual.
It was actually more pronounced
in Kenyatta's.
Yes, because when...
You remember Bildad Kagia?
Yes, when Moi said, anafuata nyayo, At the onset of independence, there was a national outlook, and very many of those people were actually patriotic Kenyans who wanted to see Kenya develop. And there were very many things that happened within a very short time that pointed to this. The monumental change came about once Jaramogi left that government. Remember?
Exactly.
The quarrel they had melts down to one thing: land distribution. And Jaramogi was to say it in the Moi era and say Kenyatta was a land grabber. Ileta shida. Okay? There are things they had agreed on they would do. And according to Jaramogi, they were not doing what they had agreed to do.
Any of the things.
Yes. And again, the discussion was Jaramogi's leaning was socialistic. What they were calling socialistic was actually penned
Equity.
down. Yes, and it was penned down in the social paper number 10.
Yes.
African socialism, what do you think they meant? So they were going against a very policy that had been documented. Okay? Now, that is the discussion that reigned supreme for a very long time. Now, this is my view. When Moi came in, something that Moi did, I haven't heard people talk about. Moi's plan and idea of land distribution had to do with securing his position. If you look at the way land started being distributed, government land, ADC land, municipal, all these things, people being rewarded, that was a process in my estimate and in my interpretation to ensure you secure. You get
support across the country.
Exactly.
Political.
You find somebody that's got 10 acres, another 20,000, another 10,000, etc., etc., etc. But it disregarded the very policies that had been set in place that were supposed to benefit the Mwananchi. The people who are now being looked for in terms of benefit were people who already had the benefit of being in positions of authority and benefit of being able to even acquire those things for themselves without necessarily involving any government process. So the Mwananchi was left out early. It's just become manifest over this period of time that we are living in, but the Mwananchi stopped being the center of that discussion a long time ago. You could argue, again, my view, that the only time the Mwananchi seemed to have benefited in the Moi era was with these structural adjustment programs that the World Bank and their ilk brought in.
Yes.
Something that Moi did that he could was expand institutions of learning in primary and secondary school. There are those who argue that he did a lot of it in his own backyard, but that is not entirely true. You only need to look at the schools that are prefaced with Moi this and this, Moi this and this, and actually they are all over the country.
They are.
Now, when people talk about Kibaki's free education, they leave out this bit, that this contribution of Moi's, because in the absence of the schools that Moi created, the free education wouldn't have benefited the number of people it did.
Yes.
The expansion of school allowed more people to go into schools. And then Moi started opening up higher learning, something that had not been there in the Kenyatta era. It was there in the Moi era. So a lot of what we see now, if we simply divorce ourselves from the atrocities of the Moi era and focus on this one thing that I consider the benefit, it was in the education era. The Kibaki government built on it. They didn't create it. They built on it.
There's a question here by Anything Lately asking, please remind me what's the name of the guest. Well, he is Cyprian Nyamwamu. He is the executive director of your foundation is called Future of Kenya Foundation. Yes. He's also a gubernatorial aspirant. He shall be telling us about that particular situation. But there's something, Cyprian, I want to ask you about, and it's a comment, if I may put it. It's by Mandera County Senator Ali Roba.
Yes.
He says this: when leaders mock northern Kenya for lacking skyscrapers, they erase Kenya's truth. Almost all glittering national infrastructure, we're talking about national schools, colleges and industries, were built for other regions, while our region was left behind for over 50 years under colonial rule and 60 years post-independent. Now, I will agree with him to some extent. But
which extent don't you agree with him?
The fact that after devolution, they have received lots of monies. I might not have the exact figures, but I know it's a lot of money. My question would be what they have done with that figure, but I see you're disagreeing.
You know, we at the foundation and in governance, we only rely on data.
Yes.
We rely on data. Data is very important. If you do not rely on data, you will be making broad generalizations like the ones Gachagua has been making, very broad generalizations.
All right.
It is a fact in this country that 70% of all the budgets that go to county governments are for salaries and operational costs. And this is not unique to Northeastern Province. Yes, it's not unique to Northeastern Province. So, even if you went to Kisii, in fact, Nairobi County and the Kisii County for the last 3 years have invested 0% in development.
Which Kisii and which county again?
Kisii and Nairobi.
Okay.
Yes, Sakaja and Simbarati. It's a total disaster. It is these counties that spend up to 20-something% of their budget on development, because for them, development has to be done. For you to be called a governor, you must do something that will be attributed to your administration. Here in Nairobi, even if Sakaja spends 0% on development budget, people don't even know. It is people like myself who do social audits and who do governance data analysis and modeling who would know that. But out there in Isiolo, in Mandera,
in Garissa,
all the northern counties, Marsabit and so on and so forth, you have to spend some money of the budget on some development. The rest goes to what we call salaries and operational costs. Those operational costs are mainly to fly, to drive vehicles and fuel them. And they are going to spend more than us in what is called Kenya and the down country. So we are actually we are running a fool's errand on this conversation. And that's why Roba is accurate. In fact, he has repeated almost paragraph by paragraph what we had already discussed. National schools, healthcare, roads, infrastructure. Can Gachagua, a former deputy president of the Republic, actually state that the Kenyatta era, because he must have some access to this data, if we have it, he must be having it, could he stand tomorrow and say, Kenyatta built X number of kilometers in Wajir? Then Kibaki extended it to this amount. Then Uhuru Kenyatta extended it to this amount. Let me tell you that the first kilometer of road, tarmac road in Wajir, was built under devolution in 2014.
Okay.
That was the first, I have been to Wajir many times, the first kilometer of tarmac in Wajir was built under devolution. So we are actually conducting a very emotional conversation instead of relying on data and asking, when that money lands in Wajir, what does it do?
Can I add to something you're saying, Cyprian?
Please go on.
When you talk about what it does, you are in fact referring to or inferring what it needs.
What it needs.
And when you look at what we refer to as marginalization, the extreme, because there are many parts of the country which were marginalized, but theirs was extreme.
Extreme.
And it was by policy. From the colonial times carried on to after independence. Everything that we take for granted in this part of the country, they didn't have, and so they needed. So they were essentially starting from scratch.
Scratch in every way. From scratch in every way. I want to challenge the leader of what is he called, the Kikuyu member of parliament, or what is called the leader of majority.
Kimani Ichung'wah.
I see him flying around with helicopters, military and police helicopters. Could he take the helicopter and fly to Garbatula National School and see what became of Garbatula National School? My cousin John Ongori was called to Garbatula National School. He used to take 6 days to reach Garbatula National School. Once you land in Isiolo, there's no road to Garbatula. That school was abandoned. Everybody's son...
It was actually shut down.
It was shut down.
Yes.
That was the only national school in northern Kenya.
Yep.
Garbatula National School. I've told you, my own cousin John Ongori was called to Garbatula, and that's where he went to school.
He did the entire 4 years there.
He did the entire 4 years,
Okay.
and they went to Egerton University.
Wow.
Let me tell you, that school was closed down because everybody's son who used to be admitted to Garbatula never used to report. Because you can't allow your son to go to Garbatula National School. It is insecure. There are no roads. There's no water. There's no hospital. There's nothing.
It's in the middle of nowhere.
It's in the middle of nowhere. So how do you go there?
But somehow your cousin survived.
He went and he survived. It was very difficult. It was very, very difficult. And a few years after he left, the school was practically shut down. That is the level of extreme marginalization that has been going on in this country. But it's very easy, to say, these Somalis, these whatevers. It's very easy. And say, as Kikuyus, we are very hardworking. As Kisis, we are extremely hardworking, Let me give you statistics because this is my area. Kenyatta and Moi built 49 KTDA factories. 49. 10 of them were in Kisii.
Yeah.
14 were in Rift Valley. The balance was in Mount Kenya. Let me tell you that it took government funding, capital funding, to get factories imported, to come and be, whether you're talking about Makomboki, all the way to Meru, Kinoru, all those factories that you see there. More than 26 factories. From here, from Kawe, here in Kiambu, all the way to Makomboki in Murang'a. You go down to Imbere, in Runyanjes. I worked in all those 49 factories.
Yes.
When I was doing my research. Those factories is the reason people could be able to grow tea, pick it, take it to the factory. Thousands of Kisis, Kalenjins, and Kikuyus, and Merus, and Embus were employed as engineers and accountants in tea factories. Those are the factories that Robert is talking about. So all the cotton factories in Nyanza were closed down. Kenyatta could not even build a fish factory in Nyanza. It was built here in Thika.
Yes. I've actually been there.
You've been Thika, to Thika. And then you sit here and say that, these MPs, what have they done with CDF? And you want us to be involved in that kind of a conversation after all the research, the data, and the policy engagement we've conducted over the last 30 years, led by Professor Karuti Kanyinga, among other people. The Institute of Development Studies is here at the University of Nairobi. All the data is there for you to see what CT is calling, it was marginalization by policy. Marginalization for, you don't cure such structural flaws by doing these rallies that now Akina Ichungwa, Akina Wamunyoro are doing. That's not how you address even corruption. The accusation is corruption.
Yeah.
That's not how you address corruption. Corruption, is there not a former Migori governor who opened accounts in Hong Kong for his daughters and sons, and more than 2.2 billion shillings were pushed there? Was he jailed? Was he dealt with? I see these days we are only talking about we have taken flats in this place. What is a flat in Migori worth? Sitia comes from that general area. A flat in Migori would cost you what, 20 million or 30 million? Is that is what you've taken from somebody?
Person.
It's a joke, I'm telling you. So corruption is not a preserve of governors and MPs from Northeastern Province. Corruption is more acute in Nairobi. Corruption is more acute because when we are talking, when I say that I'm going to be governor of Nairobi, because we know what is happening in Nairobi. The level of corruption and looting that is happening in Nairobi, that is happening in Nakuru, that is happening in these counties, is mind-boggling.
Please just count.
Nobody talks about it.
Cyprian, just count every county in the country and then talk of the exceptional counties, because the auditor's reports gives us very clear indication that there are very few counties that you cannot point fingers at. Because how do you explain that we are one of those few countries on the planet where the class of people whom we considered wealthy happen to be servants of the people? They are either civil servants within the county or national government, or they are elected.
Mbuvi, do you hear that?
Yeah.
How?
All the rich people in this country are people who are in politics and PSS and ministers.
And people who are in bed with government.
Yes, because the business people are there and we know what they do and we even understand the businesses. But these individuals to whom you can't really actually attach any viable business, which means they're involved in what you call value add, and yet they're wealthy. So you ask, how do you create wealth from thin air? They don't. Because their wealth comes from the very resources that they are supposed to oversee, rather oversight, and they are supposed to use for the benefit of the citizenry.
Exactly.
That is what they appropriate for themselves. It's not really complicated.
That's right.
Now, how then do you expect the country to grow? Because that is the very thing that they appropriate, that's their very amount, the very resources that were supposed to uplift the lives of the people they represent wherever it is that they come from.
Yeah.
Yes. So when we talk about corruption, and these are the people who are supposed to understand, legislate, and deal with, how do you think this fight of corruption is going to end? Why do you think I refer to that place as the mortuary? That's where good ideas and the progress of a country go to die. On paper and in theory, that is where every good thing ought to emanate from, and that's why we elect these individuals.
Right.
Whether it is a parliament, whether it is the county government, and yet this is where all our aspirations go to die. Now, something is very wrong there, isn't it?
Yes, fundamentally.
Absolutely wrong. Someone is saying here, this is Vincent Achochi.
Yes.
This man, Cyprian, is well informed on Kenyan injustices. Yeah. All right. Totally.
He's been at it for a long time, so he knows
the injustice.
Yeah, no, in understanding it, and has also paid a very steep price for his participation in understanding these things.
Exactly.
Yes.
Daniel Otieno. First of all, anything lately saying thanks, I appreciate. Well, anything lately, karibu sana. Daniel Otieno says, very interesting sights from the guest NCT. Njuki Mungai amesema Thika is being mentioned a lot today, and as a person who hails from Thika, I am pleased. They are happy.
Let me tell you, let me add to this conversation.
Please do.
If you are thinking of developing a nation, just thinking, all right? And you look at the northeastern, what we call the former province.
Yes.
Its proximity to Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia. Okay? And you look at the thing that they do best, they are pastoralists. Are you telling me that in all these years, the thought of having an enterprise that meets the needs of what it is that these people actually do and they're good at, don't tell them to grow barley, just they are pastoralists. You think it was not possible because the need of the people across the border and the trade across that border would have been met. The idea of building an airport in Isiolo, to me, makes sense. If you're thinking about developing that region, it makes sense.
Right.
Now, if you wanted to develop, let's say, industry, and you wanted to develop trade, which town in this country is closest to all the countries of East and Central Africa? It's not Thika, it's Kisumu.
Yes.
Should that not have been the place? Because uniquely so, unique in this sense, accessible by road, by rail, by air,
water,
by sea. Now you tell me, it doesn't get better than that if you're talking about accessibility. And anyone, I am not a planner, but if I were thinking in terms of accessibility and enhancing trade,
yes,
and how it is that that particular spot is also close to very many regions of the country, I would have focused a lot of development. Yet in our thinking as Kenyans, that is a place that was denied a lot of development. And that immediately affects that entire region. That's how development works.
Kisumu is the Brussels of East Africa. It is the Brussels of East Africa. In terms of proximity to Uganda, to Tanzania, to Rwanda, and you are talking about that general direction all the way to DRC Congo. So the marginalization. I went to Homa Bay School and there was no road. Between Homa Bay and Kisumu, there was no road.
That time, Mama, even now.
No, now there's a road.
The first road was built when Raila was in cooperation with Moi.
The minute when he was minister.
Yes. So you can imagine that unless you bowed to the emperor, you never got anything. And the marginalization was actually by policy, as CT has correctly referred to it. And that is why the topic today we are discussing about ethnic marginalization and ethnic mobilization is actually our curse. Because once you know that your ethnic numbers are secure, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to do anything. You can marginalize anybody you want because you are sure that when re-election comes up, that's why democracy is actually, we doubt whether democracy is a good system. But it's actually the best
of all the systems
we have. You know, but truthfully speaking, when you enter Ukabila to end conversation, you lose it. You can't progress as a country, and that has been our case for the last 62 years.
You know, Paul, one of the problems about this marginalization, you strengthen what people refer to as negative ethnicity. Exactly. I never refer to it as that. But you strengthen the mobilization of ethnicity. People then bunch up together and feel we have been... That one cry is what brings them together. It is the reason why you'll find, for instance, coastal people aligned themselves to Raila Odinga because they felt marginalized. And he spoke about the marginalization and people who are disenfranchised. So they felt, this man speaks for us.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, it's a strong card. What many people then do not see when we talk about our politics is that the moment people are in positions of prominence, whether they're in government or political prominence, they then form a completely different ethnic group.
Which is now based on class.
Yes. And they have a common understanding, and after a while, they coalesce in determining how our lives are run. This is not seen. And they have for the longest time been the propagators of the communication of ethnicity that continues to divide people, because that is how they retain their positions.
Yeah.
And that's why we have the term kingpin.
Cyprian, we live in a country whereby even these kingpins try and negotiate for their positions in government because they tend to believe, or rather they tell us, I don't know how true this is, that when they're in those particular kinds of arrangements, that is when development will reach their people. Even from where I come from, this is in Ukambani, many times when I attend functions and a politician speaks, they're always saying, we need to be in government, ndio maendeleo tufikie. Yet I understand there's a parliament that does budgeting and money is disbursed to the different counties. So regardless of whether we are in the so-called government or in opposition as a community, we should be getting those developments.
It's a right.
Yeah.
Development is a right.
So why does our kingpin have to be in government as a community for our community to receive that particular development?
Because that is in reality the fact of what is happening. What's happening on the ground is that if your people are not in power and in government, you are not going to get anything. That has been the practice for the last 62 years. And it is us, the voters, who have continued to entrench it even further.
How?
By continuing to vote on the basis of ethnicity, not on the basis of policy choice. Policy choice should be the basis for voting. And this is why I really have a very, very heavy axe to grind with William Ruto. Because the 2022 elections shifted to somehow ideological. There was this thing of hustlers versus dynasty that we were going to do bottom up. So it That's how Ruto got votes in all the 47 counties, across all the ethnic communities, because of the ideological raising of the downtrodden, starting with them, so that Kenya Kwanza was going to focus on the people who are uko chini. The mama mbogas and the mutu ya wheelbarrow and boda boda and everything else. He has shifted from that ideological policy position to now the ethnic thing of we need Luos and we also need Kikuyus. We now need to unite Kenyans so that we can be able to do this and that.
Yes.
Which is how we've reversed and regressed back to the ethnic politics as we go towards 2027. And the young people in 2024 said this is nonsense. We are tribeless, so that we can be able to focus on the real issues of policy, on education. Let us discuss education and how it needs to be structured. Let Kenya be there for all of us. And let development be a right, which is what Mbuvi was saying, that people should, development is a right and people should access development because they are Kenyans and they pay taxes, regardless of their ethnic background. So we Kenyans are actually the problem, because that Ruto who lied to us has come back now with this story of Singapore, and people are not asking him what is the content of this story that you are now talking about. What happened to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda?
Yes.
Which has not happened at all. In fact, Kenyans have become poorer. Now they are being told about Singapore. So it is us Kenyans who have regressed back to the ukabila. Ruto is ours. We Luos are going to vote for Ruto because that's what Baba told us. And we so and so are going to do this. We are the problem, and we must use this election to actually exorcise this demon of ukabila, because if we continue with this ukabila problem, we are going to destroy our country. And Mbuvi, I know we are pressed for time.
We're about 4 minutes.
And that is why here in Nairobi, as we only have one tribe, the tribe of Nairobians. And that is the platform we are campaigning on.
Yes.
That Nairobi is for Nairobians. If your tribe is not Nairobian, then we are not solving the problem. We need to, first of all, unite as Nairobians, get a governor who's going to serve all Nairobians, regardless of their ethnic. And we are saying that the proposal we are making of, a new deal for Nairobi is what should inform all of us, because we are of one tribe, the tribe of Nairobians. Whether you are Kamba or Kisi or Kikuyu, the policy has to be good for you to get good results.
One of the biggest problems that Nairobi is facing is the garbage issue.
Correct.
If you were to be elected governor in 2027, how will you deal with it? Because I understand it's bigger than just Dandora dumping site. It's the cartels that control what gets in and out of Dandora. And actually even the people who collect the garbage within the county.
Dandora dumping site is actually the problem. Because this idea that a city is collecting garbage in trucks and taking it to heap it in a place is actually, if not absurd, it is archaic. No city is run that way now. Okay? So no city is run that way. I was in Singapore in 2023 September. For 9 days. And what they do there, this Singapore that Ruto keeps talking about, is that they have incinerators, massive plants. The whole of that place, all the garbage that is collected does not last a day before it goes to the incinerators. It is sorted, what needs to be burnt, what needs to be recycled, what needs to be, and it is generating power
for the city.
So if you got 3 incinerators here in Nairobi, one for the eastern side, which covers north, one for the west and south, and one for the central area. In fact, even before you go to, even if you were to have one on the east and south, west and south and the east and north, you push all the takataka to these places, it doesn't matter what takataka it is, because the power there is 710 degrees Celsius. Everything burns. It melts even metals. That's why it's so powerful, and it generates such an amount of power which actually lights the city. Then you reduce the cost of electricity because of your garbage. In fact, Nairobi does not have garbage. That's what Kenyans do not know. Nairobi does not have garbage that can even power these things. Because the amount of energy and electricity that is generated from those incinerators is mind-boggling. So that's the only thing that we have been talking since Kidero.
Is that why you have countries that will willingly buy your garbage?
Exactly. They will pay to take your garbage in shiploads so that they burn it and they sort it out, they can recycle, then they generate electricity with it. And that is how the future of Africa. That's why we at the Future of Kenya, this is what we study.
Okay.
So we study trends across how solutions are provided to problems. That's how we know CT. That's how we know that SHA is problematic, because that's not the future of healthcare provision. That's how we know that this so-called university funding model is not the future, because that is not what's happening across the world.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is this. We need to expand on this and have a different conversation for a longer period for this reason. You clearly have a very structured process by which you believe the city can be changed. Something that is meaningful, that covers almost every aspect of the lives of people within this city. Beginning with even how the city is managed, the archaic way it is being managed from City Hall, when the county of Nairobi is actually many cities within one city. With your permission, we'll call you back.
Thank you.
So that we can actually now discuss how does this mammoth of an entity called Nairobi become what it's actually supposed to be? Because right now, it is not what it is supposed to be.
Yes, it is actually it is not operating at levels that are acceptable. It is archaic, and we must therefore present the new deal. That my governorship is on the new deal for Nairobi. And we have a new deal across all the 10 sectors.
Okay.
From garbage and environmental, recycling and rehabilitation, all the way to health, education, transport and infrastructure, all the 10 sectors, there is a new deal on each of those sectors. Okay. That's the basis on which we are running Nairobi.
We have come to the end, but before we leave, kuna mtu lazima nimpatie salamu zake. Honorable Shakil is listening to us. That is Shakil Shabir, MP.
My
Kisumu
friend.
Yes.
My friend Shabir from Kisumu.
And he has a message for the guest we had here previously. He says Bob and Jaggi should consult the MPs who have run as independents. I know you're also running as an independent,
No,
right?
I'm not running as independent.
Okay.
We are unveiling our political party.
Okay. And 2 terms as an independent candidate. That is Mheshimiwa Shakil. Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, we have DK and Ambata Duncan as well. I see your messages, guys. But unfortunately, we have come to the end of the show. We say kwaheri for now. Lakini kesho Tuesday, we shall be back right here, bright and early. And of course, Cyprian, we wish you all the best.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana.